Part II, Chapters 1 and 2 of the Mysteries of Marseilles by Émile Zola. Translated by Ernest, Alfred, Vizetelly. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1. Monsieur Sauveur, the Master Stevedore. Cadet Cougourdin's employer, the Master Stevedore Sauveur, was a short, lively, dark man with thick-set, powerful limbs. His great hooked nose, thin lips, and elongated visage were expressive of that vain-glorious confidence and artful bragging which are the distinctive features of certain types in the south of France. Brought up in the port, a simple labourer in his youth, he had saved up his earnings for 10 years. He raised enormous weights, and was possessed of vigorous strength that did wonders. He was in the habit of saying he did not fear big men. The truth was that this dwarf could have thrashed a giant. But he displayed prudence and wisdom in the use he made of his power, avoiding quarrels, knowing that the tension of his muscles was worth money, and that a blow with the fist only brings trouble. He lived soberly, given up entirely to work and avarice, impatient to attain the end he dreamed of. At last he had before him the few thousand francs he required to accomplish his object. He became a master from one day to another, took men into his employ, and with folded arms watched them toiling and perspiring. From time to time he gave them a little help with a grumble. Sauveur, at the bottom, was a downright lazy fellow. He had worked out of obstinacy, preferring to perform his life's task at one go off and rest later on in the comfortable indolence of a wealthy man. Now that he had 4 wretches to win him a fortune, he walked about with his hands in his pockets, piling up money, waiting until he had amassed a large sum to satisfy his instincts of free and noisy life. Little by little the avaricious workman became transformed into a wealthy prodigal. Sauveur was possessed of a tremendous appetite for wealth and pleasure. He wished to have plenty of money in order to enjoy himself beyond measure, and he desired to do that so as to show he had plenty of money. He was urged on by the vanity of a parvenu to make his pleasures fiendishly riotous. When he laughed he insisted on all Marseille hearing his peal of merriment. He now wore clothes fashioned out of fine cloth, under which it was easy to distinguish the stiff limbs of the former workman. A heavy gold chain was spread out across his waistcoat, it was as thick as one's finger, and from it hung a bunch of massive charms which seemed almost sufficient to stun an ox. On the left hand he wore a gold ring without any stone. With patent leather shoes on his feet, and a soft felt hat on his head, he sauntered up and down the Canebière and round about the port all day, smoking a magnificent meerschaum pipe mounted in silver, and as he walked along he made the charms dance on his stomach, while his eyes wandered over the crowd with a half bantering, half kindly expression. He was enjoying himself. Sauveur had, little by little, entrusted the management of his business to Cadet Cougourdin, whose smart manners pleased him. This youth of 20 summers was gifted with an upright and candid mind that gave him positive superiority over the other stevedores. The master was delighted at having such a workman at his elbow. He appointed him overseer of the men working for him, and from that moment was able to make a grand display in Marseille of his natural desires. He limited his work to making up his accounts in the morning and pocketing the money that had been earned. The existence he had been dreaming of commenced. Sauveur became a member of a club. He gambled, but prudently being of opinion that the pleasure derived from the card table is not worth what it costs, he wanted his money's worth of amusement, and he therefore sought after substantial and lasting enjoyment. He dined at the best eating-houses, and associated with ladies whom he showed off in public. His vanity was deliciously tickled when he was able to lounge on the cushions of a carriage beside a huge silk skirt. The lady was nothing, the silk gown all. He dragged it into private dining rooms, and there threw the windows open, so that all the passers-by might see that he was having a rare time with a well-dressed lady, and ordering expensive dishes. Others would have closed the shutters and bolted the door. His dream was to kiss his fair companions in a glass house, so that the multitude might know that he was wealthy enough to love such pretty creatures. He had his own idea of love. For a month he had been living in rapture. He had met a young woman whose acquaintance tickled his self-esteem. This young person was protected by a count, and was looked upon as one of the queens of the demi-monde at Marseille. She called herself Thérèse Armande, but was better known by the familiar name of Armande. When Armande placed her little gloved hand in Sauvert's huge paw for the first time, the master stevedore almost fainted with delight. This pressure of the hand was exchanged in the Allée du Melan, opposite the door of the house where the Lorette resided, and the passers-by stopped and turned round, at the sight of this man and young woman smiling and bowing to each other. Sauvert went off bursting with pride, and in ecstasies about Armand's dress and superior manners. He had but one thought, that of protecting this person himself, supplanting the Count and walking about with lace and velvet leaning on his arm. He watched for Armande and placed himself in her path. He fell in love with the luxuriant finery she wore, and the perfumery that escaped from her clothes. He was proud at getting a bow from her, at appearing to be one of her friends, and it would certainly not have displeased him to have been thought one of her lovers. At length she succumbed. He thought it a victory due to the charms of his person. For a week his conceit was unbearable. He went about casting a look of mocking pity on the people he met in the street. When Armande was leaning on his arm, the pavement seemed too small for him. The gentle swaying to and fro in the lady's gait, the frou-frou of her skirts threw him into a delirious reverie. He was very fond of crinolines, which take up a great deal of room and interfere with pedestrian traffic. He related his good fortune to every one. Cadet was one of his first confidants. Ah, if you only knew, he said to him, the charming person, and how she adores me. She has everything imaginable at her place, carpets, curtains, glasses. You would think yourself in high society, 'pon my word. And with all that, not in the least proud, a good-natured girl with her hand always open. Yesterday I lunched in her small drawing-room, and we then took an open carriage and drove to the Prado. Every one was staring at us. It is enough to make you die of joy to be in such a woman's society." Cadet smiled. His dream was to be loved by a robust girl, and in his eyes Armande had all the appearance of a mechanical doll, of a brittle toy, which he would have broken between his fingers. But he did not wish to annoy his employer, and so he went into ecstasies with him over the Lorette's charms. In the evening he gave Fine an account of Sauvert's follies. The flower girl had resumed her place in her little kiosk on the Cours St. Louis. While selling her flowers, she kept her eyes on the alert, in search of opportunities to come to Marius's assistance. She had not lost sight of the loan of 15,000 francs, and each day she built up a new plan, dreaming of taxing those whom chance brought near her. "Do you think," she inquired one morning of her brother, "that Monsieur Sauvert is a man to lend money?" "That's according to circumstances," answered Cadet. "He would willingly give 1,000 francs to a poor devil on a public square, before a crowd of people, to make an exhibition of kind-heartedness." The flower girl laughed. "Oh, it's not charity that is wanted," she answered. "The lender's left hand must ignore what is done by his right." "The deuce!" said Cadet. "That is too disinterested. However, one can see." On the basis of these few words of conversation Fine elaborated quite a scheme. She believed Sauvert was very wealthy, and she did not take him for an ill-natured man at heart. It would, perhaps, be possible to get something out of him by making use of Armand's influence. The flower girl understood that she must first of all persuade Marius to call on the Lorette. That was the difficult part of the business. The young man would firmly refuse, would say that there could be nothing in common between him and this woman. One day she let Armand's name escape her as by accident, and was very much surprised to see Marius smile, and appear to know all about her. "Are you acquainted with the lady?" she inquired. "I went to see her once," he answered. "It was Philippe who took me there. This lady, as you term her, threw open her reception rooms to her friends once a week, and my brother was one of the frequenters of the place. Faith, I was very well received, and found a charming hostess there, who was exceedingly ladylike and very elegant." Fine seemed quite sad to hear Marius sing Armand's praises. "It appears," he continued, "that things have somewhat changed at her place during the past year. They tell me her affairs are very much involved. However, they say she is extremely clever, and has a talent for intrigue. If she should happen to come across a simpleton, she will easily get out of her difficulties." The young girl had recovered from the strange emotion that had got the better of her. She adroitly continued to put her plan into execution without undue haste. "The simpleton is found," she said, laughing. Don't you know Monsieur Sauvert, Cadet's principal? Slightly, answered Marius. I have sometimes met him walking about the old port in slippers. Well, he has been Armand's lover for the last few months, and they pretend he has already spent some money with her. Then Fine added, in an indifferent tone of voice, Why don't you go and see Armand again? You would meet wealthy people there who might assist you in the affair in question. Monsieur Sauvert would perhaps be disposed to help you. Marius became serious, and for a moment was silent. He was thinking. Pooh! He exclaimed at last. I must not flinch at anything. I shall have to call and see that person to-morrow. I will explain my visit by speaking of my brother. The flower girl looked the young man in the face with quivering eyelids. And, above all, she continued with a forced laugh, don't go and remain at the feet of the enchantress. I have often heard tell of her costly and clever style of dress, of her wit, and the strange powers she exercises over men. Marius, who was astonished at his friend's unsteady voice, took her hand and examined her with his penetrating eyes. What is the matter with you? He inquired. Anyone would think I was going to see the devil, and that I am a sinner. Ah, my dear Fine, I am far from thinking of such nonsense. I have a solemn task to perform. Besides, look at me well. What woman would care for such a baboon? The young girl gazed at him, and was quite surprised to find him no longer ugly. Formerly he had seemed frightful. Now she perceived something like light burst from his countenance and transform his features. The young man pressed her hand amicably, and she remained quite troubled. The following evening Marius called on Armand in accordance with his determination. Chapter 2. A Marseillaise Lorette. Armand's origin was shrouded in mystery. She pretended she was born in India of a native woman and an English officer. She started from that point and related a novel of which she was the heroine to anyone who would listen to it. She made a wealthy protector who had taken care of her at her father's death responsible for her first fault. He had brought her up in the greatest refinement on the same principle as that of fattening a fowl in order that it may make a more toothsome dish. She delighted in relating this brutally romantic tale. Thanks to her falsehoods, her real history was never known. She had one day swooped down on Marseille, just like those birds that scent a district rich in all kinds of prey from afar. In settling in a commercial centre, she displayed extraordinary intelligence. From the moment of her arrival she directed her batteries against business men, young merchants who shovel money about. She understood that these young sparks, confined all day in their offices, were thirsting for amusement at night, and anxious to squander some of the cash they have earned. She set her snares with art. She began by starting her establishment on an important footing and giving it a sort of aristocratic appearance. It was easy for her to vanquish the rivals whom she found already settled in the city. Those poor fallen daughters of Eve were grossly ignorant. They dressed badly, hardly knew how to speak, made a wretched, mean show of luxury, and gave themselves stupidly away. Armande crushed them with her elegance and the wit she had picked up here and there in her intercourse with persons in good station of life. In a few months she became a sort of mundane celebrity. At home, as Sauvert had naively said, she gave herself the airs of a duchess. She had displayed admirable taste in furnishing her apartment. She threw open her drawing-room, and while she attracted the golden youth of the city by her noisy mode of life, she retained them by her good graces and air of distinction. You could hardly perceive, through the mistress of the house, the lady of easy virtue. She had lovers, and was willing enough to show them off; but in public, and at her evening parties, she maintained a decency of demeanor for which they felt very grateful to her. She was the emblem of vice, witty, elegant, and perfumed. Little by little she surrounded herself by most of the fast men of the city, but she was careful only to receive wealthy people, such as earned a great deal of money and spent still more. At the commencement she had only to choose her victims, a swarm being at her feet. She devoured several fortunes with her sharp teeth, living in the utmost luxury, and providing for all the requirements of her mode of life, which were enormous. Moral people looked on her as a regular pest, as a bottomless pit in which the capital of the young commercial men of Marseille was being engulfed. Her rivals tore her to bits and accused her of engaging in shameless intrigues. They made fun of her thin face, of the wrinkles come before their time, said she was ugly, which was almost true, and vowed they could not understand the infatuation of these idiotic men for the creature. Armand let them talk and quietly reigned. For several years she had domineered over them by her mind, luxury, and the science of an elegant and refined woman. Men attended her receptions in dress coats and white neckties. Then, without any apparent cause, her credit was all at once lost. Bad fortune came, and made holes in her luxuriant existence. No doubt she had gone out of fashion, and generous protectors were scarce. She descended to that semi-state of poverty which is attired in silk and treads on carpets. Feeling she would roll into the gutter if she did not make an effort to retain her grand apartment, she struggled in desperation against her ill luck. She understood that her power of fascination came solely from her apparent wealth, from her style of dress, from the money which permitted her to act the part of a duchess beyond her sphere, at her ease. She knew that as soon as she was out of silk, and had closed her drawing-room, she would become a poor girl, an ugly, faded creature whom no one would have anything to do with, and she displayed feverish energy to find protectors and procure money at any cost. It was at this time that she made the acquaintance of Madame Mercier, who advanced her money at an exorbitant rate of interest. She had taken in so many young simpletons that she allowed herself to be imposed upon in her turn without much ado. She hoped, however, to make the first wealthy individual whom she came across pay the capital and interest of the money she had borrowed. But men of wealth did not put in an appearance, and she became more and more anxious. Urged on by necessity, and feeling that her beauty, which was her breadwinner, was leaving her day by day with her luxury, she turned to crime. She had already been obliged to sell looking-glasses, furniture, porcelain, to satisfy the demands of her creditors. Her apartment was being stripped of everything. She saw the walls getting bare, little by little, and thought, with a shudder, of the day when she would find herself weary and old in an empty room. The upholsterers, milliners, all the tradesmen to whom she owed money, became more troublesome as they detected their customers approaching ruin. They knew that protectors were becoming rare, and insisted on the immediate payment of their claims. Some of them talked of putting in the brokers. Armand therefore understood that she was lost unless she found money at once, no matter how. She had recourse to an extreme measure. She imitated the writing of 3 or 4 of her lovers, and made out acceptances in her own favor which she signed with these persons' names. Then, not daring to go to a banker, she applied to Madame Mercier, who consented to discount several of the bills. It is probable that this female usurer was not ignorant of their origin, and that she even speculated on it. Holding the young woman in her clutches, able at any moment to lodge a complaint with the Crown attorney, relying, moreover, on those whose names were on the bills, and whose interest it was to avoid a scandal, she considered the forgeries she held in guarantee as preferable to genuine bills. She based quite a fortune on her complacency, exacting enormous interest, embroiling the Laurette's affairs more and more, making her provide for her completely, acting a cunning and hypocritical part which she performed to perfection. Armand managed to get along for 2 years without being disturbed. She had made the bills payable at her residence, and provided the money for them when they fell due at any cost, taking 100 francs from the first man she met, completing the amount by selling something, borrowing again, and forging fresh bills. Madame Mercier continued to be humble and obliging. She desired to hold her prey in a close grip before showing her teeth and biting. Then the time came when Armand was positively unable to meet the forged acceptances. She cast herself into the gutter in vain. She went to the Château des Fleurs and still could not make the money she required to keep up her house. It was just then that she made Sauvert's acquaintance. For him she dismissed accounts she had ruined, under the impression that the master stevedore was rich and generous. In other times, when she was Queen of Marseille, and insolently displayed her lace and velvet, she would have gazed down on Sauvert from the height of the wealth and elegance of her admirers. But now there was no prey that she disdained. She set her batteries against the crowd, and would willingly have received money from soiled hands. The former workman mistook the dire necessity which thrust the young woman into his arms for tenderness. After a few months she perceived with alarm that her new acquaintance had all the prudent, economical habits of an upstart, and that he spent all his money on himself like an egotist. 2 or 3 of the forged acceptances were not met, and Madame Mercier began to get angry. Things were at that point when one evening Marius naively called. He expected to meet some of the numerous wealthy company in her drawing-room to whom his brother had introduced him. He had a vague idea of getting intimate with some young business man who would come to his assistance, and he relied in a measure on Sauvert, whose obliging disposition Fine had been careful to exaggerate. He was very much astonished to find the drawing-room empty. The large apartment was lit with a single lamp and appeared particularly bare. Sauvert was reclining on a large divan, and seemed to be making a great fuss about digesting the dinner he had just eaten, undoing some of the buttons of his waistcoat, and holding a toothpick between his fingers. Armande was seated beside him in an armchair, reading Graziella, with her forehead resting dreamily on the palm of her left hand. An Italian greyhound named Jali was lying at her feet, with its head reposing on her cherry-colored slippers. One of Armand's ways of seduction was to read the works of great modern poets before her admirers. She had a small bookcase containing the writings of Chateaubriand, Victor Hugo, de Lamartine, and Alfred de Musset. In the evening, in the pale light of the lamp, at an hour when she was still beautiful, she languidly spelt over pages of verse or poetical prose. This placed a sort of halo round her head. Her admirers thought they had an ignorant girl to deal with, and they found an educated, almost a lettered lady, who read books that they had never had either the time or energy to look into. Sauvert, especially, felt crushed and overshadowed on the day when his lady friend took up a book of verses, and quietly began turning over the pages of it before him. It was a rare event with him when he glanced through a newspaper. A woman opening a volume of poetry was in his eyes a superior creature. Each time Armand read in his presence he collected himself and looked affected and charmed. It seemed to him that he was becoming wise himself. Marius slightly smiled when he saw Armand in an inclined attitude feigning ecstasy, and the position Sauvert was in, lounging on the divan with his hands clasped across his stomach. The Lorette welcomed the newcomer with her easy, sprightly grace. She had been more or less intimately connected with Philippe, and she treated Marius as an old acquaintance. She asked him to be seated, and reproached him with the rarity of his visits. " I know very well," she added, " that you have had a great deal of trouble lately. Poor Philippe! I can fancy sometimes that I see him in his damp prison, he who was so fond of luxury and pleasure. That will teach him to place his affection in better hands." Sauvert had raised himself a little. One of his good qualities was that he was not jealous. On the contrary, he showed himself quite proud of his companion's pest admirers. The fondness which Armand had formerly shown for others doubled in his eyes the value of his good fortune. Besides, Marius seemed to him so small that he was delighted to appear robust beside of him. The young woman introduced the two men. " Oh, we know each other," said the master stevedore, with the laugh of a happy man. " I also know Monsieur Philippe Cayol. There's a fine fellow for you." The truth was that Sauvert was delighted at being found alone with Armande. He began to talk to her familiarly, to lay stress on the pleasures they participated in together, and then resumed speaking of Philippe. " He often came to see you, didn't he? Ah, never mind, don't protest. I think you were in love with each other. I used to meet him sometimes at the Chateau des Fleurs. We went there yesterday. Eh, my dear, what a crowd, what dresses!" He turned to Marius. "In the evening," he added, "we supped at a restaurant. It is very expensive. It is not every one who can afford that." Armand seemed to suffer. There was still some delicacy about the woman. She looked at Marius, shrugged her shoulders slightly, shot glances at him, scoffing at Sauvert. The latter remained imperturbable, and stretched himself out full of enjoyment. Marius then guessed how much the Lorette was embarrassed and tormented. He felt something like pity at the sight of her deserted drawing room, and when he understood down what a frightfully steep incline this woman, whom he had known happy and without a care, was rolling, he regretted having called. About 10 o'clock he found himself alone with Sauvert, who began to give him an account of his good fortune and joyous existence. A servant had come to tell Armand that Madame Mercier was in the antechamber, and that she seemed very angry. End of chapters 1 and 2. Part 2, chapters 3 and 4 of the Mysteries of Marseilles by Émile Zola. Translated by Ernest Alfred Vizetelly. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. in which Madame Mercier shows her claws. Madame Mercier was a little round, fat old woman of 50, who was forever tearfully complaining about the hardness of the times. Attired in a gown of washed-out printed calico, always with an old straw basket on her arm which served as a safe, she trotted along with short steps and the sly movements of a cat. She was humble and wretched, and gave herself poverty-stricken airs to make people pity her. Her fresh complexion, and the wrinkles on her face, resembling rolls of fat, were a standing protest against the tears that inundated it at every moment. This female usurer played her part admirably with Armand. She first of all acted the good-natured woman. She gained absolute control over her with an infernal kind of art, showing herself in turn serviceable and egotistic, embroiling the accounts, allowing the interest to accumulate, making it impossible for her debtor to verify anything. Thus, when one of the acceptances fell due and Armand was without funds to meet it, Madame Mercier was greatly distressed, then she promised to borrow the money from someone, vowing she had not got it herself. She advanced the amount of the bill, but made the lorette immediately reimburse her, and thus there was fresh interest to pay. In all this coming and going of acceptances, in the constant increase in the rate of discount, Armand had lost all count of how she stood, what she had paid and what she still owed. In the meantime the debt increased without the usurer making any farther advances, and the older it became the more obscure it got. The young woman felt herself lost at the bottom of chaos. The female usurer maintained her despairing and coaxing manner. When she supplied money herself, in order that Armand might pay her, she made her feel all her devotedness, all the heroism of her conduct. "Hey, you have never seen a creditor like me," she would say. "I even go so far as to borrow the money you want. That is splendid, that is." "But," answered Armand, "it's for yourself that you borrow the money, as I give it to you." "Not at all," answered the old woman. "I am only seeking to do you a service." So Madame Mercier in this way introduced herself little by little into the house. Every 2 or 3 days she came and showed her cunning, coaxing face. Armand became her property, her slave. Sometimes she arrived all in a flutter, fell into a chair in despair and accused the young woman of wanting to run away without paying her. It was necessary to take her over to the apartment and let her see that the trunks were not packed up. Sometimes she rang violently at the door, said she had been robbed, and reproached the lorette with her expenditure. She compared the one life with the other, accused her debtor of being insolvent, and crippled with debt, and ended by asking for fresh security. At other moments she came suddenly and demanded money. Then she softened down, pleaded poverty, and on leaving shuffled along in a most lamentable way. She accompanied each of these visits with a deluge of tears. These came at her bidding, and she took advantage of that circumstance to embarrass people. Each complaint was followed by a sob. She twisted herself about pitifully on a chair, uttering the least word in a doleful tone of voice. Armand, weary and bewildered, generally stood before her without being able to pronounce a syllable. At times she would have sacrificed everything, linen, gowns, furniture, to have been freed from these continual lamentations. The usurer invented another kind of persecution. She would come with red eyes, declare she was in want of bread and was dying. The young woman, aggravated and quite out of patience, would tell her to sit down and eat. Sometimes she would shed streams of tears to get sugar, coffee, or brandy. "Alas, my dear lady," she snivelled, "I am very unhappy. This morning I had to take my coffee without sugar, and tomorrow I shall have neither sugar nor coffee. Be charitable. It is you who have brought me to this. If you were to give me my money, I should not be obliged to come and beg. For pity's sake, let me have a few pounds of coffee and sugar. That will count for all the services I have rendered you." Armand did not dare refuse. She spent her last few sous trembling in the presence of certain savage, bantering looks of her creditor. If she happened to say she had no money, the usurer would answer, "Very well. I shall present the bill you gave me to your lover." The other would not allow her to proceed any further. She sent and sold something and purchased what her tormentor required. The unfortunate girl closed her eyes in order not to see the chasm gaping before her. She belonged to this woman who held such terrible proofs against her in her hands, and she obeyed her, inwardly irritated, inquiring of herself with despair by what means she could escape from her claws. Madame Mercier wept for nearly 2 years, and extracted from Armand all she could. She never went away with empty hands. The money she had lent her already brought her in 250 per cent. If the capital was compromised, the interest covered it 2 or 3 times over. At last the usurer understood that she must change her tactics. Armand could not receive her without a nervous shudder which must inevitably bring about a crisis. Besides, she had no money, and she had twice firmly refused to give her sugar. From that moment the old woman resolved to weep no more, but to have recourse to strong measures. It only remained to her to play all for all, to exact immediate payment of the arrears from de Lorette by threatening to lodge a complaint with the Crown attorney. She had had the prudence not to manifest the least suspicion anent the forged bills in her possession. Her plan was soon formed. She decided she would call on the young woman and put her in a fearful fright. If one of her protectors happened to be there, she would apply to him, she would create a scandal and manage to get back her money somehow. She wanted to devour her prey, after having sucked all the blood from her veins. An acceptance for 1,000 francs which Armand had signed with Sauvert's name, and which she had given Madame Mercier in exchange for another bill, had fallen due on the previous day. The old woman, having a pretext to be angry, resolved not to wait any longer. She called on the young woman just at the time when Marius and the master stevedore were there. Armand was quite troubled when she met her in the antechamber. She dragged her to the farthest corner of a small boudoir which was only separated from the drawing-room by the thin door. She offered her a seat with the timid and beseeching look of an insolvent person to her creditor. "What do you mean?" shouted the usurer, refusing the chair. "You are making fun of me, my good lady. Another bill returned unpaid. I am tired of it all." She had crossed her arms and spoke in a loud, insolent voice. Her little fat red face shone with anger. Armand would have preferred to have seen her crying and lamenting in her customary drawling tone of voice. "For mercy's sake," she exclaimed, frightened, "speak lower. I have visitors. You know in what an embarrassing position I find myself. Grant me a few days' grace." Madame Mercier made a movement of impatience. She stood on tiptoe and spoke right in the Lorette's face. "What care I if you have visitors?" she continued, without lowering her voice. "I mean to be paid, and immediately. Madame wears hats and bonnets, Madame goes to the Château des Fleurs, Madame has lovers who provide all sorts of amusement for her. Have I any lovers? I deprive myself, I eat dry bread and drink water, whereas you stuff yourself with good things. That can't last. I must have my money, or I will take you somewhere. You know where, don't you?" She accompanied these words with a threatening look, and Armand turned quite pale. "Ah, that ruffles you," continued the old woman, sneering. "You must have taken me for a donkey. If I have acted like one, it was no doubt because it was to my interest to do so." She began laughing and shrugging her shoulders, then she added violently, "If you don't pay me to-night, I will write to-morrow to the Crown attorney." "I don't know what you mean," stammered Armand. The old woman sat down. She felt she was mistress of the situation, and she wanted to enjoy the pleasure of playing for a moment with her prey. "Ah, you don't know what I mean when I speak to you of the Crown attorney," she said, making a frightful grimace, as if overcome with sudden merriment. "But you lie, my good lady. Look at yourself in that glass. You are pallid. Own that you're a hussy." At that word Armand rose. It seemed to her that she had just received a cut with a whip across the face. Her self-possession returned to her, and showing Madame Mercier the door, she exclaimed in a loud voice, "Walk out at once." "No, I'll not go out," answered the old woman, sitting back in the armchair. "I want my money. If you touch me, I'll shout murder, and the persons who are in your drawing-room will come to my assistance. I told you I was not a fool. Pay me at once, and I'll leave you alone." "I have no money," answered Armand, coldly. This reply exasperated the old woman. For more than a year it had been given her regularly at each of her visits. She had ended by taking it for mockery. "You have no money! You always say that!" she exclaimed. "Give me your furniture and gowns." "But no, I prefer sending you to prison. I will go and lodge a complaint. I will accuse you of forgery."
We shall see, my beautiful lady, if you find lovers among your jailers, who will treat you to silk gowns and tasty meals."
Armand staggered, losing all her assurance, fearing the cries of the old woman might be heard by Marius and Sauveur. Her creditor saw her fright, and began shouting still louder.
"Yes," she said, "I can send you to the assizes to-morrow. You know that, don't you? I have over 10 false acceptances in my possession on which you have imitated your lovers' signatures. That's nice work. I shall go and find each of these gentlemen. I will tell them what you are, and they will cast you into the street. You will die in the gutter."
She took breath, while the young woman, all of a tremble, thought of strangling her to make her silent.
"But that reminds me," she continued, "you have visitors. Perhaps in your drawing-room there is one of these gentlemen whose name you had stolen to make money out of. I'll go and see. It is necessary I should find out. Let me pass."
She moved towards the door. Armand placed herself in front of her with extended arms, ready to strike her if she advanced.
"You want to strike me, I who have fed you, who have lent you my money,"
stammered the female usurer, suffocating with rage. And she stepped backward, shouting, "Help! Help!" Armand faced sharply round to turn the key in the lock, but it was too late. The door had just opened, and she found herself face to face with Marius and Sauveur, who were gazing into the boudoir in an anxious and curious manner. Chapter IV, which shows that the position of a lorette is not without its troubles. Sauveur and Marius had been about half an hour alone in the drawing-room. The young man would willingly have withdrawn, but he considered it uncivil to do so without first of all taking leave of the mistress of the house. He therefore feigned to be listening to the stevedores' stories. The sound of loud voices soon reached them. Little by little the noise increased to such a pitch that both of them lent the ear, being unable to appear discreet any longer. Just then the shout, "Help! Help!" made them start up and open the door communicating with the boudoir. A strange sight awaited them. As soon as they made their appearance, Armand stepped back, staggering, and let herself fall into an armchair. With her head between her hands she burst out sobbing, quite broken down, without raising her face or uttering a word. The old woman, in a rage, with inflamed countenance, approached the two men and began speaking to them with passionate verbosity. From time to time she broke off to turn round and shake her fist at Armand, who was so upset by despair which made her tremble all over her body that she did not hear her.
"You saw it, did you not?"
repeated the old woman.
"She wanted to beat me. She had her arm in the air. Ah, the wretch! Just fancy, my good gentleman, I have given that woman all my money. I like to be of service. Besides, I thought she was honest. She has made me discount acceptances signed by honorable persons. I thought I had good security. Now I learn that the bills are false, and that I have been shamefully robbed. What would you have done in my place? I reproached her with her abominable conduct, and then she threatened to strike me."
Sauveur opened his eyes in astonishment, gazing first of all at Armand's dejection, and then at Madame Mercier's anger. He approached the young woman and exclaimed, "Come, my dear, defend yourself. This woman lies, doesn't she? You have not done anything so stupid. Come, speak." Armand did not move, but continued sobbing.
"Oh, she'll not speak, she'll not defend herself," continued the woman usurer in triumph. "She knows very well that I am in possession of the proofs. I shall write to-morrow morning to the Crown Attorney."
Marius, painfully surprised, cast a look of pity on Armand. Chance had brought him face to face with another shame, another human misery. He remembered the sad scene when Charles Blétry was arrested in his presence, and a feeling of mercy overcame him in face of this woman whom vice had brought to infamy. He half guessed the circumstances that had urged her on to crime, he understood how necessity, from fall to fall, had brought her to the gutter. He would have liked to have saved her, to have brought her back to a life of honesty, to have given her the means of extricating herself from the sewer. "Why do you wish to ruin her?" he quietly inquired of the old woman. "You will not be paid any the quicker. Don't overwhelm her. On the contrary, give her a chance to recover herself and pay you back."
No, no," mercilessly answered the old woman. "I want her to go to prison. I have waited too long already. Yesterday again she failed to meet a bill of 1,000 francs which she had made payable here. She signed that bill Sauveur, the name of one of her admirers, no doubt." The master stevedore, on hearing himself referred to, started. The sum of 1,000 alarmed him. "You say you have an acceptance of 1,000 francs signed Sauveur?" he inquired, with an appearance of something very much like terror. "Yes, sir," answered the old woman. "I brought it with me. It is in my basket." "Show it me, if you please." Sauveur turned the bill over in his fingers, studying the handwriting very closely, and was confounded. "By Jupiter!" he exclaimed, "it's perfectly imitated." He leant over towards Armand, who was doubled up with grief, and continued in a dry tone of voice: "Look here, my dear, no nonsense. I will never pay that, you know. The deuce! I'd willingly give you 100 francs, but 1,000 — it's too much." He no longer spoke familiarly to her, he even began to regret his excursion into the demi monde of Marseilles. "Oh, that's not the only one I've got," continued Madame Mercier. "I've many others in my possession bearing different names. However, if this one were paid, I would agree not to say anything. I would continue to wait."
Marius's sensible remarks had made her understand that it would be better not to lodge a complaint, and as she had Sauveur beside her, she was in hopes he would pay. She became quite tender, changed her plans, and began to excuse Armand.
"After all,"
she said,
"I don't know that the other bills are false. The poor little woman has had a rough time. You must not be angry with her, sir. She is a very good person at heart."
And she began to shed warm tears. Marius could not restrain a smile. Sauveur walked up and down, excited, grumbling angrily. He cared very little about Armand's infamous conduct, he was simply irritated at the struggle between egotism and generosity that was taking place within him. "No, decidedly," he exclaimed at last, "I can do nothing." Armand, buried in her armchair, continued sobbing in a low, broken hearted manner. This woman who had known all the delight of luxury and adoration, suffered bitterly at having fallen so low. There she was, degraded, with her misery and shame brought home to her, and she was seized with despair when her thoughts went back to her elegance and wealth of former times. She would never rise again; she would fall still lower, become the last of creatures. And she was all the more upset at the thought that her disgrace would be public. The presence of Sauveur and Marius gave her additional pain. Her silent grief produced a strange effect on Marius, who was weak in the presence of tears. He would willingly have given the old woman her 1,000 francs if he had had them. After a painful silence, he addressed Sauveur, who was taking great strides about the room, very much annoyed. "Come, sir," he said to him, "this woman must be saved. Her own sobs plead her cause better than I could do. You are fond of her, and will not abandon her in her despair." Yes, I was fond of her," answered the master stevedore sharply, "and I think I have shown it sufficiently, during the last 3 months. Do you know that I have already spent nearly 5,000 francs with her? I'll give no more. So much the worse. She must get out of it as she can. It would be 1,000 francs thrown into the street. What enjoyment shall I have for this money if I give it to her? You will have done a good action. Her behavior is scandalous, and I'm not trying to excuse her. Only, I think I can guess how it was she became a forger, and I could plead her cause." "Oh, all that has nothing to do with me. She did what she pleased. You see, I am not angry. I am simply going to place myself beyond all this disagreeable business." Marius was getting discouraged. He remembered what Fine had related to him about the master stevedore's vanity, and he continued, in a careless way: "Let's say no more about it. I spoke to you thus because I knew you were very rich and very generous. Sooner or later the account of your good action would have been mooted abroad, and you would have won in this affair more than 1,000 francs worth of praise." "Do you think so?" asked Sauveur, hesitating. "I am certain. Few men would be so generous,
and for that reason it would be positively glorious to save this woman. But let us say no more about it." Sauveur ceased walking about. He stopped in the centre of the room, and began to think. Madame Mercier, who saw him hesitating, and who was experiencing thrills of desire at the idea of receiving 1,000 francs, thought she had better intervene. She had resumed her cheerful voice and her humble, gentle manner. "Ah, sir," she said to Sauveur, "if you only knew how this poor little woman adores you! There are very wealthy men who have tried to take your place. She has refused all offers, and it is perhaps that which has placed her in straitened circumstances and prevented her repairing the faults she has committed. You cannot imagine how closely she clings to you." The master stevedore felt very much flattered at these remarks. From the moment his self-esteem was in question the matter bore a different complexion. "Very well, be it so," he said. "I'll give the 1,000 francs. I'll take them to you to-morrow evening. Now withdraw, leave Madame alone." The old woman bowed with servile humility, and went quietly away, closing the doors without the least noise. Armande had raised her head. Her face, flushed with tears, seemed to have grown older. All upset with fright and feverish with shame, she rose with difficulty and wanted to kneel down before Marius and Sauveur. The young man held her up, whilst the master stevedore said, "Come, my dear, it's all over. I accept your thanks, and trust my good action will be profitable to you." The truth was that Sauveur no longer found any charm in Armande. He had just perceived that the poor creature was fated, and he had received too hard a lesson to forget himself any longer in the boudoirs of the demi monde. He began to prefer the grisette. The two men withdrew, and at the door Armande warmly kissed Marius's hand. She saw that he felt real and profound pity for her, and she thanked him for having saved her. The following night Sauveur called to fetch Marius to accompany him to Madame Mercier's. The female usurer occupied a filthy house in the Rue du Pavé d'Amour. The two visitors ascended 3 flights of stairs, and knocked, without obtaining an answer, at a black and damp door. The noise they made brought out a neighbor, who informed them that the wicked old woman had been arrested that morning. "The police," said this person, "had been on her track for some days. It seems a complaint had been lodged against her. All the tenants were delighted at her arrest. She only just had time to burn the papers likely to compromise her." Marius understood that Armande had been saved by Providence. He made inquiries of the people at the house, and acquired the certitude that the old woman had burnt all the acceptances signed by the Lorette, fearing that their possession might constitute other charges against her; for she guessed that if Armande found herself implicated, she would tell the truth and give the most overwhelming details. Besides, by destroying the security she lost nothing, as she had long since recovered her advances. Sauveur was particularly delighted at their adventure. He carried off the 1,000 francs triumphantly. He had been enabled to give a proof of his generosity without spending a sou. It was all profit. "You are a witness that I was going to give the money," he said to Marius. "That is how I am. I like to be generous. I throw money out of the window. Oh, a gift of 1,000 francs does not trouble me, when it's a question of paying for my amusement." Marius allowed him to expatiate on his good qualities, and ran off to Armande to tell her the good news. He found the young woman sad and troubled. She had passed an atrocious night, struggling mentally with her misfortunes, in search of a supreme means of extricating herself from the infamy in which she was plunged. When she learned that the forged acceptances had been destroyed, that she had recovered her liberty, she was as if transformed. She kissed Marius passionately, and vowed to him that she would take advantage of the lesson and change her mode of life. "I will work," she said. "I will conduct myself like a respectable woman. Then only will I ask you to return me your friendship. Good bye." Marius left her, quite moved by her decision and promises. When he was alone, he reproached himself with his abnegation. For 2 days he had been living beyond himself, without giving a thought to his brother's safety. When Fine inquired the result of his errand, he did not dare to relate to her the dramatic scenes at which he had been present. He limited himself to telling her that there was no hope of borrowing the money from Sauveur, and that Armande was closing her drawing room. "Where will you go now, then?" inquired the flower girl. I know not," he answered. "However, I have a plan which I am going to put into execution." Chapters 3 and 4. Part 2, Chapters 5 and 6 of the Mysteries of Marseilles by Émile Zola, translated by Ernest Alfred Vizetelly. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. Douglas, the Notary. Marius had returned to M. Martelly's and resumed his duties, finding a sort of peacefulness in his work. His thoughts ran freer amidst the silence and calm of his office. He told himself that he had 4 months in which to come to Philippe's assistance, and he would reflect for hours together as to the best means to be employed. M. Martelly continued to treat him as he would a son. Sometimes the young man thought of telling him everything, and of borrowing the 15,000 francs of him. But a fear, a timidity prevented him. He dreaded his employer's republican sternness. So he resolved to continue the struggle, to exhaust all possible means before applying to the shipowner. Later on, when he had unsuccessfully tried everything else, he would make up his mind to tell him of his difficulty and implore his kind assistance. Meanwhile he determined he would not again behave like a simpleton and take any useless steps. For a moment he thought of earning the necessary amount himself. The high figure frightened him, and he saw very well that he could never put by such a sum in 4 months. Yet he felt bold enough to move mountains. It recurred to him that Douglas, the notary, whose aid M. Martelly had vainly asked for Philippe, had for some months past been offering to employ him as agent, acting under power of attorney for some of his clients. The notary and the shipowner were connected in various business matters, and M. Martelly often sent Marius to settle different accounts with Douglas. One day, on calling there, the young man decided to accept the offer that had been made him. If the profits were small, he might, when he had become better known, succeed in obtaining a loan. The notary lived in a house of simple and austere appearance. The offices occupied the entire first floor. There was quite a crowd of clerks seated along stained deal tables in the large cold bare rooms. Luxury had never penetrated into those rooms full of prodigious activity and a kind of honest roughness. One felt oneself to be in the abode of a man who never forgot himself amid the joys of life. About 10 years before, Douglas had succeeded to the practice of a person named Imbert, whose clerk he had been for more than 12 years. He was then an intelligent and active young fellow, with a passion for business, and ever dreaming of monster speculations. The fever for trade and manufacture that was passing over France heated his blood and filled him with strong ambition. He wished to earn vast sums of money, not in order to live in opulence, but because he tasted a keen voluptuousness in unraveling all monetary matters, and in guiding the undertakings he embarked upon to success. At the outset he felt himself too restricted in his notary's practice. He was a born banker, and his hands were formed for manipulating large sums of money. His profession, with its quiet dealings and almost sacred and paternal character, did not in the least suit his stock-jobbing nature. He felt out of his element, for all his instincts urged him to turn the money deposited with him to account. He could not reconcile himself to being a disinterested intermediary, and he launched into panting and feverish speculations, which later on turned him into a great criminal. He paid the purchase money of his practice in a few months, without any one knowing how he had obtained the necessary capital. Then he displayed febrile activity. In a very short time his practice developed considerably. He became the first notary of Marseilles, opening his doors wide and securing fresh clients every day. His mode of proceeding was extremely simple. He never denied himself to any client, and listened to every application. He always found money for those who wanted to borrow, and always had excellent investments for those who deposited their cash with him. A considerable turnover of capital thus took place through the intermediary of his office. At first people were surprised at his rapid success. They talked of imprudence, and considered that the young notary was going too quickly ahead, and was undertaking a burden too heavy for his shoulders. Besides this, no one could make out how he managed to meet the calls occasioned by the continual increase of his practice. But Douglas calmed public anxiety by the simplicity of his life. He was believed to be very wealthy, yet he dressed quietly, displayed not the slightest luxury, and denied himself all pleasures. Everyone knew that he led a sober existence, eating only plain food, living, in fact, like a petty shopkeeper. He was also very pious, gave a great deal in charity,
went to church, and remained kneeling during the whole length of the service. By these means he acquired the reputation of an honest man, and this went on increasing daily. He came to be cited at last as a model of piety and honor. His name was respected and beloved. It had taken him barely 6 years to arrive at this position, and now, during 6 years, he had been at the head of the Marseilles notaries. His office was the most frequented, and the one that did the most business. Wealthy people made a point of employing this modest and pious man, endowed with every virtue. The nobility and clergy supported him. The commercial world had ended by feeling unlimited confidence in his loyalty. The position was won, and Douglas was feverishly turning it to account. He was then about 45 years old, a strong, thick-set man, inclined to stoutness. His face, always clean-shaven, was deathly pale. The flesh seemed inanimate, the eyes alone showing signs of life. He looked like a verger turned banker. Beneath his gentle exterior one could hear a kind of muffled roar. No doubt the blood was coursing fiercely in this struggler's body which seemed to sleep. When he conversed in his drawling tones, his voice occasionally rose to a pitch which revealed the internal fever consuming him. He was always to be found in his private room, a cold apartment, poorly furnished. There was generally a priest or a nun in the antechamber. The door was left open, and it was easy for anyone to find the chief. He displayed his charity, contempt for luxury, and austere good nature even rather too complacently. Marius felt a real sympathy for this man whose simple virtues quite won his heart. He delighted in calling upon him. On this particular day, after discussing with Douglas the business upon which M. Martelly had sent him, the young man added, hesitatingly, "I wish now, sir, to speak to you on a private matter, only I am afraid I may be trespassing on your time." "Not at all, my dear friend," said the notary, cordially. "I am quite at your service. I have already offered you my assistance, and my house is open to you." "I remember your kind offers, and I wish to remind you of what you said to me some months ago." "I told you that it only rested with yourself to earn some money with me. I should like to assist a young fellow like you by putting your willingness and courage to the proof. What I told you then, I repeat to-day." "I thank you, and accept," replied Marius simply, much affected by Douglas's frank and generous ways. The latter, on hearing the young man's words, started with joy. He turned his chair round quickly, and indicated another seat to his visitor. "Sit down and let us talk," he said. "I can only give you a few minutes. I like young men such as you, not afraid of work and speaking their minds freely. You do not know how happy you make me by placing me in the position to be useful to you." He smiled, and every word he uttered was like a caress. "Well, this is the matter in question," he continued. "As some of my clients do not reside at Marseilles, I have had to find a means of facilitating their transactions. I have therefore obtained several agents acting under power of attorney to represent the absent parties, and who look after these persons' properties. Whenever one of my clients is, for some reason or other, unable to attend personally to his affairs, he leaves me with a blank power of attorney, depending on me to find some upright party who will faithfully fulfill his duties. I know that you are an active and honest fellow, and I offer you the position of representing 2 or 3 landlords whose powers of attorney I have by me. There is only your name to fill in, and you will receive 5% upon all the transactions you carry out." He spoke in a calm and simple tone of voice. Marius was frightened at the responsibility of such a position, but he felt so sure of his uprightness that he did not hesitate to accept. "I am at your commands," he said to Douglas. "You must guide and advise me. I know I shall have nothing to fear in obeying you in everything." "So as not to overwhelm you at the outset," resumed the notary, rising, "I will entrust you with 2 powers of attorney to begin with." He took some papers and returned to his table, where he read out the 2 documents, after having filled in Marius's name. The powers conferred were practically unlimited: the right to sell and buy, mortgage, and bring or defend actions. When the notary had finished reading, he added, "I must now give you some information respecting the persons you are to represent." He handed Marius one of the documents, and went on. "This, to begin with, is the authorization of my friend and client, Monsieur Autier of Lambesc. He is just now at Cherbourg, and will be shortly starting for New York, to take possession of a large fortune that has been left him. He purchased at Marseilles, before his departure, a building in the Rue de Rome. You will administer the property during his absence. I am expecting to receive his instructions tomorrow, and I will inform you of them." He then took up the other document, and continued: "And this is the authorization of Monsieur Moutet, a retired merchant at Toulon, who entrusted me with the capital necessary for taking a mortgage on a country house in the St. Just district. He has just remitted a further sum, which he wishes to have invested in the same way; but as he is a great sufferer from gout, he has asked me to find some one who, acting under his power of attorney, would give the necessary signatures in his stead. Come back to-morrow, and we can then arrange finally about the two matters." Douglas rose as a hint that the interview was at an end. At the door he shook Marius's hand with rough and cordial familiarity. The young man withdrew, rather stunned by the rapidity of what had taken place. He was surprised at the facility with which the notary had entrusted him with such important matters, and felt ill at ease at the thought of the heavy responsibility about to weigh upon him. CHAPTER VI. Marius seeks unsuccessfully for a house and a man. Marius called on Douglas the next day to receive his final instructions. "Come, you're punctual," said the notary, smiling. "You'll see we shall do plenty of business together. I intend to make you rich. Sit down, I'll attend to you in a minute." Douglas was lunching at the corner of his table. He was eating stale bread with a few nuts, and drinking plain water. This frugality impressed Marius, and removed the uneasiness he had hitherto felt. Such a sober man could not lead him into shady transactions. He was undoubtedly a heart in the right place, an upright soul, a sincere and pious mind devoted to its duty like a priest devotes himself to God. "Now let's talk," said the notary, when he had finished his repast. "I have received a letter from Monsieur Autier, who wishes to raise money on his house, as he requires funds for his journey. Here's his letter." Marius took the paper that Douglas held out to him. As he appeared to be looking for the post office stamps, the notary said hastily: "The letter was enclosed in a large envelope which contained several other documents." The young man colored up, fearing he had wounded his new employer's feelings. He read Monsieur Autier's letter, which indeed asked to have money raised on the house in the Rue de Rome. He instructed Douglas to make use of the power of attorney, and to remit him the money at the earliest possible moment. When Marius had finished reading the letter, the notary resumed: "This request for a loan comes at the right moment, for Monsieur Moutet has again been asking me to find him a safe and advantageous investment. As you are now the authorized representative of both my clients, the lender and the borrower, you will be able to satisfy them both at once. You have simply to give me your signature, and I will transmit to Monsieur Autier the cash that Monsieur Moutet sent me for investment." Marius thought Douglas was settling matters rather quickly. He would have liked to have seen the building, and to have exchanged at least a letter or two with the persons he was to represent. He did not doubt the notary's good faith, but he was unable to get rid of some vague and inexplicable fear. His uneasiness of the day before was returning. It seemed to him that he was descending into some black hole, and Douglas's smiles and soft voice troubled him strangely. He could not define the peculiar sensation that was creeping over him, he felt a need of reaction. The notary was already sorting out the documents which he required Marius to sign. "Ah, the deuce!" said he, stopping suddenly. "There's one paper wanting. I must send a clerk to the mortgage office for it." Douglas seemed very much put out. Marius, as though urged on by some instinct, and obeying the feeling of uneasiness which had taken possession of him, rose hastily. "I cannot wait," he said. "I ought already to be at Monsieur Martelly's. Put off the signing of the documents, please, until Monday, the day after to-morrow." "Very well," said the notary, after a moment's hesitation. "I would rather have finished the matter to-day. You know in what a hurry Monsieur Autier is. However, come on Monday." Marius breathed more freely when he found himself in the street. He thought he had been childish, and felt ashamed of the vague suspicions he had entertained. He had almost run off under the spell of some indefinable feeling, and he shrugged his shoulders after the manner of a person who had been frightened of his shadow. He was glad, however, to have 2 days during which he could think matters over, and account for his repugnance and overcome it. During the afternoon he received a visit at M. Martelly's office which delighted him. M. de Girousse, who was killing time by visiting all the towns of the department, called upon him. He had just reached Marseille and was leaving the same evening. Ah, my dear friend, said he to the clerk, how lucky you are to be poor and have to work for your living. You've no idea how bored I feel. If I could, I would change places with your brother. I think I should enjoy myself more in prison. Marius smiled at the old Count's strange ideas, whilst the latter continued, Philippe's trial helped to keep me going for a month. I never before assisted at such a fine spectacle of human misery and folly. I had a violent desire when in court to get up and say all I thought. They would no doubt have put me into a strait waistcoat. Lambesc is becoming uninhabitable. Ever since M. de Girousse had put in an appearance, Marius had been thinking of asking him to give him some information respecting M. Autier. He thought the Count must surely know this man who belonged to the same little town as himself, according to what Douglas had said. He attempted to assume an indifferent air as he observed, But there are some rich people at Lambesc. You might cultivate their society and amuse yourself more. Do you know Monsieur Autier, a landlord in your neighborhood, I believe? Monsieur Autier, repeated the old nobleman, trying to remember. Monsieur Autier. I can recall no one of that name at Lambesc. And you say the gentleman owns property there? Yes, he has recently bought a house at Marseille, and he must have a pretty extensive estate close to your own. Monsieur de Girousse was still thinking hard. You must be mistaken, he said at length. I certainly know no Monsieur Autier. I am certain there's no landlord in Lambesc of that name, for I amused myself by learning the names of all the persons in the place. One has to do something. Come, let's understand each other, resumed Marius, turning pale. I mean a Monsieur Autier who has just come into a large fortune. He is at the present time at Cherbourg, and is about to leave for New York, where the relative whose sole heir he is, died. The Count burst out laughing. What yarns that you're telling me! He exclaimed. If such a thing were to happen at Lambesc, if one of my neighbors were to inherit the fortune of a rich uncle in America, do you think I should know nothing about it, and that I should not amuse myself during a whole week with the gossip such a romance would produce in my little town? I assure you again that there has never been an Autier at Lambesc, and that nobody there has ever inherited the mythical fortune you talk of. Marius felt quite crushed. The Count's words carried conviction with them, and Douglas alone could be the liar in all this. The young man did not dare express all he was thinking. What interest have you in this Monsieur Autier? asked Monsieur de Girousse, whose curiosity was excited. None at all, replied Marius, stammering. One of my friends told me about him, and I must have mistaken the name of the town he mentioned. He still hesitated to accuse Douglas, and there was a buzzing sensation in his head which prevented his judging the matter clearly. It was in an absent-minded way that he clasped the hand M. de Girousse held out to him, with the words, Well, good-bye. Come to me at the opening of the shooting season. It'll amuse me. When the Count had gone, Marius remained in a painful state of perplexity. He must certainly have misunderstood. Yet M. de Girousse's statements were clear and decisive. Monsieur Autier was not known at Lambesc, and therefore Douglas had lied for some reason or other. The young man did not dare fathom the consequences of this falsehood. He divined the existence of several pitfalls beneath his feet, and could account for the uneasiness he had experienced when with the notary. Having at present nothing more than suspicions, he promised himself that he would discover the whole truth, before engaging further in the matter and giving his signature. He understood how serious the least accusation would be, and he decided to act with extreme prudence, without haste and without showing his mistrust. The morrow was a Sunday, and Marius, having a free day before him, went the first thing in the morning to the Rue de Rome, where the property Autier was supposed to have purchased was situated. It was a large, handsome house let out in flats to different persons. Armed with his power of attorney, Marius skilfully questioned each of the tenants, and was soon convinced that not one of them knew Monsieur Autier, nor had even ever seen him, and that all of them had up till then dealt directly with Douglas, the notary. The young man's suspicions were being confirmed. He thought he would put them to a final test, and went to see the former owner of the building whose address one of the tenants gave him. His name was Landrol, and he lived in an adjoining street. "Sir," said Marius, "I am instructed by Monsieur Autier to administer the property you sold him, and I wish you to give me some information concerning the leases you granted and the rent you charged." Monsieur Landrol obligingly placed himself at his disposal, and answered all his inquiries. Marius was very circumspect, and when he had spoken of one thing and another, he cleverly broached the real object of his visit. "Very many thanks," he said, "and I regret to have taken up so much of your time. My excuse is that I had not been able to see Monsieur Autier, who is at present away. It occurred to me that as you have had dealings with him, you could tell me something about him, and give me some idea as to what his intentions were." "But I never treated directly with Monsieur Autier," Landrol replied simply. "I have never even seen the gentleman. The affair was carried through Monsieur Douglas, who furnished me with all the necessary signatures." "Ah! I thought Monsieur Autier had inspected the building, which is the usual custom." "Not at all. Don't you know that he has been in America for the last 6 months? Monsieur Douglas inspected the house himself, and bought it for his client, whose instructions he had received." Marius bit his lip. He had almost allowed his terrible secret to escape him. The day before, the notary had told him that Autier had come from Lambesc to seek and purchase a house. The falsehood was now an absolute certainty. Autier could not be at the same time away in America, where he had been for the past 6 months, and also awaiting money at Cherbourg. No doubt the individual was no more known at Cherbourg or New York than he was at Lambesc. He was a pure fiction, an imaginary puppet whom Douglas had conjured up for some criminal design of his own. And Marius suddenly thought that the power of attorney filled up with his name was in reality a forgery which rendered the forger liable to a sentence of penal servitude. He blushed as though he were himself the culprit, and muttered some further thanks to Landrol, who was eyeing him curiously, surprised to find him so badly informed as to the affairs of the person he was representing. When Marius found himself alone in the street, he was obliged to submit to the evidence of his senses. Only Douglas could have forged the document he had in his pocket. Yet the young man could not exactly understand the reason of the crime. The purchase money of the building had been paid, so the only explanation he could hit upon was that the notary had acquired the property for himself under an assumed name, in order to disguise the amount of his fortune. But even then the crime was still there. Douglas, the pious and upright man, was a forger. Marius feared for a time that Moutet, the retired Toulon merchant, was also a dummy. He hastened to call on one of his friends who had resided a long time at Toulon, and breathed more freely when, on questioning him, he learnt that Moutet really existed, and was one of Douglas's clients. After this, still prompted by his suspicions, he decided to see the property upon which Moutet held a mortgage. He had spent this morning in uselessly seeking a man, and he employed his afternoon in hunting for a house. Brought up in the Saint-Just district, in his mother's country house, Marius knew all the residences of the neighborhood. The property upon which Douglas professed to hold a mortgage in Moutet's name belonged to a Monsieur Giraud, in whose house the young man had often played when a child. He went at once to Giraud's and paid a friendly call, as though he had been strolling in the neighborhood and wished merely to shake hands with his old friend. It was about mid-September. At the horizon the sea was slumbering, heavy and motionless, looking like an immense carpet of blue velvet. The countryside extended yellow with sunshine, hot and sweltering. A gentle breeze rose at times from the shore and went lightly through the branches of the quivering pine trees. When Marius passed before the country house where his mother had nursed him, a poignant emotion brought big tears to his eyes. Amidst the silence of this scorched and mournful desert, he fancied he could hear the beloved voice of the saintly woman whose memory sustained him in his task of deliverance which was weighing him down. Giraud received him like the prodigal son. "One never sees you now," he said. "Come here sometimes and try and forget all your troubles. You will find none but devoted friends here, who will help you to pass a few more pleasant hours." Marius was touched at this reception. He had often despaired of humanity since he had found himself face to face with the wickedness of life. During an hour he quite forgot the reason of his visit. It was Giraud himself who gave an opening for the delicate inquiry the young man wished to institute.
You see," said the master of the house, "we live happily here. We're certainly not over rich, but the few acres of land we possess suffice for our needs." "I thought you were in straitened circumstances," replied Marius. "The harvests have not been good." Giraud looked at the young man with surprise. "Straitened circumstances?" he said. "Not a bit of it. Why do you say that?" Marius felt himself changing color. "Excuse me," he stammered, "I don't wish to appear indiscreet. I was told that after the last harvest you had been obliged to mortgage your property." On hearing this, Giraud laughed aloud. "Whoever told you that told you wrong," he resumed. "Thank heavens, I've never mortgaged a single inch of land." "Yet," said Marius, further wishing to be quite sure, "I was told the notary's name. It's Monsieur Douglas who is stated to have taken the mortgage." Giraud continued laughing with his broad, frank laugh. "Monsieur Douglas is a worthy man," he replied, "but whatever property he's got a mortgage on, it's certainly not mine." The day before, Marius had seen the document in which Giraud's property was distinctly named, and it moreover bore the owner's signature. The notary had, therefore, committed a second forgery, and this one could not be so easily explained as the first. He had evidently kept the money which Moutet had intended to be invested for himself. Marius withdrew, desirous of thinking everything over before acting. Autier did not exist, and the property on which Moutet was supposed to have a mortgage was also a fiction, since Giraud declared it was not his. All this was a mystery which the young man dreaded to investigate. On the Monday morning, after a feverish night, he decided to call on the notary. Chapters 5 and 6. Part 2, Chapters 7 and 8 of the Mysteries of Marseilles by Émile Zola, translated by Ernest Alfred Vizetelly. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. The cowl does not make the friar. On arriving at Douglas's, Marius was surprised at the religious calm reigning in the large cold rooms which he knew to be the abode of crime. He could not accustom himself to such hypocrisy, and would have liked the very walls to have proclaimed aloud the notary's infamy. The quiet activity of the clerks, the respectable appearance of the house exasperated him, and filled his mind with painful doubts. Pale and agitated, he had seated himself in the ante-room when Douglas caught sight of him from his office, the door of which was open. Come in," he cried. "You won't be in my way, and I'll attend to you in a minute." Marius walked in, and found 5 or 6 priests there, among them Abbé Donadei. This Abbé, ever graceful and smiling, was cajoling the notary both by word and look. He had come to ask for alms. "You are one of our friends," he was saying, "and we come to you every time the poor boxes of our parishes are empty." "You do well, sir," replied Douglas, rising and taking some gold from a drawer. "How much do you want?" he asked the priest. "Well," resumed Donadei, in a soft tone of voice, "I think that 500 francs will suffice. We are much in need of the assistance of pious and honorable persons." "Here are 500 francs," said Douglas, interrupting him. And he added in a slightly trembling voice, "Pray for me, my father." Then all the priests rose and surrounded the notary, thanking him and calling upon heaven to bless him. Douglas listened to them, erect and very pale, and Marius fancied he could see a slight nervous trembling of his lips and eyelids. Donadei, with easy elegance, was inexhaustible in praise and flattering professions. "The Almighty will repay you what you give us," he said. "He is already doing so by making your business prosper, and by bestowing on you the peace of mind that is only awarded to the righteous. Ah, sir, you are a grand example in this city which is being corrupted by the materialism of the century. I would that the whole of our commercial population imitated your simple life and possessed your piety and kindliness of heart. One would not then see the horrible spectacle which Marseilles is presenting to us." Douglas seemed uneasy and wearied by the priest's praise. He interrupted him a second time, and said as he showed him to the door, "No, no, I am no saint. Every one is in need of divine mercy. If you think you owe me any thanks, be so good as to pray for me."
The priests made him a final bow, and at last withdrew. Marius, seated in a corner of the room, had assisted at this scene in silence. He felt indignant at the comedy that was being played before his eyes. Perhaps Douglas felt that he was purchasing Heaven's forgiveness, and paying well for it with the money he had stolen. So this godly man, this kind-hearted soul, who relieved those in distress, this Christian, who devoted so much of his time to the churches, was but a hypocrite and a scoundrel. And as Marius thought thus, whilst watching the priests and notary, he fancied he was dreaming with his eyes open. He had come to overwhelm a forger, and he found himself confronted by a charitable man for whom the very Church was offering up prayers. When the first moment of surprise was over, he felt a still more eager desire to do his duty. As the notary advanced towards him, smiling and with open and extended hand, he drew back slowly, gazing at him intently. Then he said suddenly, "Shut the door." Douglas, surprised, and as though incapable of resistance, went and closed it. "Bolt it," resumed Marius, as harshly as before. "We have to talk together." Douglas shot the bolt, and came back looking astonished and displeased. "What is the matter with you, my dear friend?" he asked. And as Marius, influenced perhaps by a last feeling of pity, did not answer, he continued, "But after all, you're right. It's best to be alone when talking business. Well, are you ready? I have procured the document that was wanting, and now I only require your signature to complete Moutet's mortgage on Autier's house. You know that we are pressed for time. I received another letter this morning from my client Autier, who begs me to send him some money as quickly as possible." The notary rose from his table, spread out some papers, and, dipping a pen in the ink, offered it to Marius, saying simply, "Sign." Marius had not said a word, but had quietly watched each of the notary's movements. Instead of taking the pen, he looked him straight in the face, and said in a calm tone of voice, "I went yesterday to see the house in the Rue de Rome. I saw the tenants and the former landlord, and they all tell me that they do not know Monsieur Autier." Douglas turned pale, and his lips had again that trembling motion Marius had already observed. He gathered the papers together, laid the pen down, and reseated himself as he stammered, "Ah, you surprise me very much." "The day before yesterday," continued Marius, "I received a visit from Monsieur de Girousse, a rich landed proprietor of Lambesc, and he assured me that none of his neighbors was named Autier, and that that person certainly did not exist. To-day I know that he was not mistaken. What am I to think?" The notary did not answer. He was gazing vaguely before him, changing color and shaking, feeling himself lost, seeking no doubt in his despair a means of explaining matters satisfactorily. "I then went to the Saint Just district," resumed Marius, pitilessly. "The property upon which you told me you had taken a mortgage on your client Moutet's behalf happens to belong to one of my mother's old friends, Monsieur Giraud, who assured me that his property was quite free. I ask you again, what am I to think?" And as Douglas still remained silent, the young man went on in a louder tone of voice, "Well, since you refuse to answer, I will tell you myself what I believe and what is indeed true. Your Monsieur Autier never existed. He's a puppet whom you invented in order to accomplish some nefarious scheme more easily. In addition to this, you never took any mortgage, and you put Moutet's money into your own pocket. To arrive at this fine result you have committed several forgeries, and to-day you are quite prepared to commit others in order to procure a further supply of cash for your needs." It was as though Marius was speaking to an insensible and motionless statue. The notary's calm increased the young man's anger. "I have not to judge your crimes," he continued, louder still, "but I have to ask you for an explanation of your unworthy conduct towards myself. What? You intended light-heartedly to mix me up in your dirty business? You would have compromised me while professing to be my friend and knowing my position as a humble worker. I have the right, have I not, to tell you that you are a scoundrel." The notary did not wince. "And just now," resumed Marius, "there were priests here blessing you. Ah, you played your part admirably. I alone in Marseilles know what you are, and were I to state in public the enormity of your crime, I should very likely be stoned, you have so skilfully duped every one. Who would believe that the notary Douglas, that man esteemed by all, that frugal, religious individual, is shamelessly working in the dark the ruin of his numerous clients? I myself would still doubt, if doubt were possible at seeing you seated so calm before me, in your humble and pious attitude of a monk at prayer. But say something, defend yourself if you can." Douglas had taken up a paper knife and was playing with it as though indifferent to all Marius was saying to him. "What would you have me tell you?" he replied at last. "You judge me as a child. I've let you have your say. Perhaps now you'll listen to me without interrupting." CHAPTER VIII. The Notary's Speculations. When Marius heard Douglas accuse him of judging like a child, he was indignant, and opened his lips to tell him that he judged as an honest man would. This forger thought it childish that he should be reproached with his forgeries, and he assumed the attitude of a misunderstood individual. As the young man was on the point of protesting, the notary interrupted him with a movement of impatience. "If you're always talking," he said, "you'll always be in the right. I let you insult me to your heart's content, so allow me to defend myself without interruption. I certainly would rather you had not become acquainted with my system. But as you have discovered a part of the truth, I prefer to tell you all. I know you are intelligent, and you will understand me better than any other. Moreover, I am worn out. I have not been successful in the application of my theory, and I know very well that I am a lost man. That's why I consent to unbosom myself entirely to you. You will see that I never wished for any one's ruin, and that it was with good faith that I offered, as a friend, to put you in the way of earning a little money. Anyhow, you will judge me, and I trust that after hearing my explanation you will simply look upon me as an unfortunate speculator. Please listen to what I have to say." Marius almost fancied he was dreaming. He looked at Douglas as one would look at a madman talking reason. The peaceful tone of the man, his want of remorse, his self-satisfied manner, made him resemble some honest inventor sadly explaining, without cause for shame, why his invention had not succeeded. "There's no need to go into details," he resumed, "and let us put aside the Ottier and Moutet matters, which are but of slight importance. The thing to see and judge is the whole vast and complicated machine that I had succeeded in establishing. You are surprised at my complaisance? Well, I tell you again I am a lost man. I can speak without fear of compromising myself. In fact, I experience a sort of pleasure in explaining my invention to you." He took up the position before Marius of a man who has an interesting story to tell, and was still toying with the paper knife. "First of all," he said, "I recognize, with you, that I have betrayed my trust, and that I am a great criminal if considered as a notary. But I have always looked upon myself as a banker, a money dealer. In a word, please behold in me nothing more than a speculator. When I succeeded my former employer, the practice was a very small one. My first efforts were directed towards making that practice the medium of a vast business connection. I was obliged to satisfy all requirements, lend to whosoever needed money, borrow of those who wanted to invest, sell to those who wished to buy, purchase of those who desired to sell. I was like the bird catchers who make use of decoy birds to call the wild ones. I invented some 40 imaginary persons, in whose names I was able to embark in all kinds of transactions. Ottier, I admit, was one of them. I was thus enabled to purchase a large number of buildings which I paid for by means of loans contracted by the fictitious purchasers, and by granting mortgages on these buildings. By these means I created a capital, a considerable turnover, a much more extended practice, which served as a foundation to my credit." Douglas was speaking in a clear tone of voice. He continued after a short silence. "You must know that when one speculates on money one is at times brought face to face with terrible exigencies. I should have been forced to stop at the very outset of my speculations if, my buildings being mortgaged, I had not been able to procure, by some means, the funds necessary for the other operations I was contemplating. I did what seemed to me the simplest and most convenient thing to do. When the mortgages had reached the full value of the properties, I released the latter by false discharges, and then offered them as security for fresh loans." "What you are telling me is infamous!" exclaimed Marius. "I begged you not to interrupt me," Douglas retorted abruptly. "I will defend myself later on, at present I am merely stating the facts. I soon had to enlarge my system. My 40 personages no longer sufficed, so I then had recourse to extreme measures which, from their very audacity, succeeded perfectly. I caused well-known landowners and merchants to contract loans, mortgaged their properties, and forged their signatures. Afterwards each fresh mortgage was wiped out by the aid of a false discharge, which shielded me from all uneasiness. You understand? It's very simple." "Yes, yes, I understand," murmured Marius, who was beginning to think the notary was mad. "Besides," Douglas went on, "I raised money, no matter how, when it was necessary. I wished to go straight to my goal, and I have ever marched steadily on without troubling myself about obstacles, and accepting freely the consequences of my theory. For instance, I sometimes created both the borrower and the building in the same transaction. I have taken mortgages on a property which did not exist, or which did not belong to the pretended borrower. At other times, when I have been in urgent need of money to meet some unforeseen exigency, I have drawn bills payable to order and signed by the leading merchants of Marseilles, and which I have put into circulation at a loss after accepting them in my own name. You see that I am hiding nothing from you, and that I am accusing myself. I am laying myself bare before you, because I wish to justify myself, and also because in future I must give over applying my system." Marius was utterly terrified. He entered tremblingly the recesses of this man's mind. He felt that he was in the presence of a moral phenomenon, and he submitted to this strange confession like one submits to a nightmare. It seemed to him that he was in the thick of the roar and smoke of some machine, surrounded by the revolving gear. "So," Douglas resumed, "you quite understand what my system was. In principle, I wished to be a banker, to turn to account the funds that passed through my hands. I acquired on my own account properties which I fancied I could resell at a profit. My system of fictitious names answered all requirements. By the aid of these names I was able to deal with all who applied to me. I have been, according to the opportunity, lender, borrower, purchaser, and seller. Whenever the funds raised by my personal credit or the credit I had procured for the fictitious individuals did not suffice for my needs, I obtained others by negotiating supposed loans on behalf of no matter who, relative, friend, or client, being careful later on to release that person's property, the same as I had mortgaged it, unbeknown to himself. In a word, my office became a banking establishment." "A thieving establishment!" exclaimed Marius. "A forger's den!" Douglas shrugged his shoulders. "You ought by now to understand me," he said, "and to see that I never sought to rob a single one of my clients. I have a hope that you will do me justice by and by. I have now to tell you about my finest invention. To administer the properties acquired and turn the borrowed moneys to good account, I conceived the idea of establishing agents acting under power of attorney, who would represent in all matters my 40 imaginary personages. And to fill these posts I selected honorable young men, who became my unconscious accomplices. I had faith in my system, and I should most certainly have enriched those who assisted me if unfortunate circumstances had not marred my success. When I proposed to you to represent Authier, I desired solely, as I have already told you, to come to your assistance and give you a share in the profits of a speculation which I considered an excellent one." These last words exasperated Marius. He could bear it no longer, and he felt he would go mad if he continued to follow Douglas's strange talk. "I have listened to you patiently," he said, shaking with indignation. "The rascalities you have been telling me of, with such cool impudence, prove to my mind that you are either a fool or a rogue." "Not at all," interrupted the notary, striking the table with his fist. "You have certainly not understood me. I have told you 4 or 5 times, I'm a banker. Listen to me, for goodness' sake." Douglas rose and placed himself before Marius. There was nothing in his attitude to indicate either fear or shame. "You have called me a rogue and a thief," said he softly, "and I let you insult me, for you were accusing me in the name of society, speaking as the Crown Attorney would speak when judging my conduct from the legal standpoint.
You must look at it from another point of view if you would understand me. Let us reason a bit. A thief is he who steals another's property and makes off when his pockets are full, is he not? I have never for a moment thought of stealing. I have been applying my system during 6 years, and I am poorer now than when I first began. My operations have not succeeded. I have even lost some thousands of francs which were my own. You know what my life has been. I have lived on bread and water. I have led the existence of an austere and indefatigable worker. The only luxury I have allowed myself has been to give a little in charity. A strange thief, indeed, who has lived in his office as in a cloister, and who has handled enormous sums of money without even being tempted to steal a copper. Admit that if I were really a thief, I should long ago have got together what funds I could and have bolted." Marius felt surprised and embarrassed. He had not looked at the matter in that light. The man was evidently right. He could not be accused of robbery. "What shocks and incenses you," resumed Douglas, "is my system itself. It has failed, and I shall be considered a great criminal. If it had succeeded, I should have realized a large fortune without doing the slightest injury to anyone. I should have been immensely rich, and the world would have esteemed me. Yes, crime has been my base of operation. I have speculated on forgery. I have followed a new and bold line. But to my mind success was certain. I had faith in my activity. It never occurred to me that I might drag another down in my fall. That is wherein I was blind. You see my course of proceeding. I took mortgages on property which did not exist, or which had already been mortgaged, but I paid the interest on the money invested. I put forged bills into circulation, but I took them up at maturity. My imaginary personages were, so to say, nothing more than borrowed names to cover myself, and I made use of them simply to increase my speculations. Understand me well. I wished above all to procure funds and turn them to account. What matter the fictitious securities I emitted, the forged documents, the different means I employed to extend my credit and the sphere of my business? In speculation, the only reality is the profit one is able to draw, more or less skilfully, from a given capital. Take the stock exchange, for instance. There one trades on mere suppositions. Admit for a moment that by buying and selling properties, by means of other people's money, I had succeeded in doubling the capital I had illegally procured. I should have refunded that capital in full, have robbed nobody, destroyed the forged documents, and have retired with a fortune won by my labor and intelligence. That's my system in its entirety. Having no fortune of my own, I was obliged to borrow of my clients the principal necessary for carrying on my operations. It was no theft, but a mere loan." On hearing Douglas's clear and logical reasoning, a kind of terror crept over Marius. The notary grew terribly in his eyes. For a moment, he looked upon him as some misguided genius who had employed his rare faculties of energy and daring in the cause of evil. Had the man had large means of action he might perhaps have accomplished great things. There are some superior qualities residing in all criminals of Douglas's caliber. Marius was above all surprised by the simple and natural manner in which the notary spoke of the forgeries he had committed. His mind was undoubtedly disordered. The man was ill. The fever of speculation which devoured him had brought him little by little to look upon crime as an excellent medium, provided the crime remained concealed and unpunished. He had said it himself. Though he had forged, he still considered himself an honest man, so long as he caused no one to lose anything. After a pause, Douglas went on, shaking his head the while. "Systems are always splendid. Practice alone opens your eyes to their defects. In theory, I should have won an immense fortune. I don't know how it has happened, but I am now overwhelmed with debt, and I can see very well that all hope is gone. My unfortunate operations have swallowed up over 1,000,000, and my clients are ruined." The notary's voice had grown feebler, and emotion was filling his eyes with tears. He walked feverishly up and down, and as he did so he continued.
You've no idea what a frightful life I've been leading these past 2 years. Every one of my operations failed, and I found myself face to face with terrible exigencies. To preserve my credit, to conceal my forgeries, I have been daily obliged to commit others. I no longer dreamed of making money, I only thought of defending myself and escaping the galleys. I take heaven to witness that had I been able to get back the money that was lost, I would have reimbursed everyone, and then lived as a law-abiding citizen. But the enormous amount of interest I had to pay crushed me. I resold at a loss the properties I had acquired. In spite of my struggles, ill luck has clung to me and weighed me down to the very depths of ruin. Today my liabilities are considerable. I cannot meet this fortnight's bills, and for me a suspension of payment means penal servitude. If the authorities were ever to examine my papers, I should be at once arrested and put in prison." Marius almost felt disposed to pity the wretch. Douglas sat down again and resumed dejectedly. "After all, though, this is the end. I've confessed to you, and I know that you're about to hand me over to justice. Let it be so, for my position is no longer bearable. You're right. I'm a scoundrel, and I ought to be punished." Marius did not stir. He was reflecting, uncertain how to act. One fear stayed him. He did not wish to be mixed up in the matter in case he should be called as a witness, and thus lose precious time which belonged to his mission. Moreover, it was not his business to denounce the notary. There was no escape now for the man, he was fatally on the road to his punishment, and would fall of his own accord into his judge's hands. "Well, why do you hesitate?" asked Douglas. "You know all. I'll await here the police officers you are going for." The young man rose from his chair, and tore up the documents containing his name. "You are a wretch," he replied. "My judgment has not changed. But there is no need for me to assist justice, which will know how to punish you without my help. Your chastisement will come of itself." And he walked out of the office. Here is the end of this episode. On the morrow, Douglas, unable to meet his engagements, took to flight. Marseille was panic-stricken at the news. Several fortunes were compromised, and it was impossible at first to gauge the full extent of the disaster. It was a kind of public misfortune. With the dismay of those concerned was mingled the astonishment of all honest persons. They could not forgive the notary the hypocrisy with which he had deceived a whole city during several years. Douglas was caught and tried at Aix in the midst of a terrible feeling of irritation. He accepted his position with rare coolness. Without his assistance the authorities would never have succeeded in unravelling such an intricate affair. The court had to pronounce on more than 900 deeds infected with every kind of forgery, varied in so many ways that the human mind could not have conceived any combination of which the forger had not made use. The misdeeds laid to his charge were so numerous, were complicated with so many details, and affected so great a number of victims, that it would have been impossible to have seen clearly amidst the chaos without the assistance of him who, after imagining and putting his crimes into execution, could alone unravel the skein of them. Douglas set to work with indefatigable zeal and surprising truthfulness to clear up the disorder of his affairs, and to fix his own position as well as those of his creditors and debtors. He continued to energetically defend himself against the accusation of theft. He repeated that he was an unfortunate speculator, and if justice and circumstances had permitted him, he would have retrieved his affairs as well as those of his clients. He seemed to be accusing the court of binding his hands, of preventing him repairing the harm he had done. He was condemned to penal servitude for life, and to be publicly exhibited in the pillory at Marseille. End of chapters 7 and 8. Part 2, chapters 9 and 10 of the Mysteries of Marseilles by Émile Zola. Translated by Ernest Alfred Vizetelly. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. How an ugly man may become handsome. It was now more than 2 months since Marius and Fine had returned to Marseille. On leaving the notary's office, the young man had to own to himself that up till then he had been wasting his time, and that so far he had not obtained the first franc of the 15,000 he required for Philippe's safety. After all, he knew only how to show his love and devotion. He felt he had a soul too upright, a mind too loyal and too generously artless for him to be able to procure in a few weeks the large sum he was so despairingly seeking. He had always acted like a child. The deplorable incidents with which he had recently found himself mixed up, the loves of Armande and Sauveur, Douglas's hypocrisy and forgeries, had shown him life under a terrifying aspect which discouraged him. He retreated instead of advancing, he feared in making another attempt to fail and even compromise himself, by falling again into the hands of rogues who would take advantage of him. In his suspicious state he saw nothing but snares around him. Such tender hearts, ignorant of evil and desirous of good, are predestined to be wounded and made to bleed at every hour of the day. Yet the month of December was drawing nigh, and it was necessary to make haste if Philippe was to be saved. No further mercy would be shown, and the condemned man would be undoubtedly fastened to the infamous pillory. At that thought Marius shed tears of impotence and weariness. He would he could have freed his brother by some Herculean task. If he had been put to the proof he would have undertaken to pierce the prison wall with his nails, to have scraped and crumbled the stone away beneath his fingers. That laborious exploit would not have appeared to him a hard one, and he would have succeeded in it although he wore his fingers to the bone. But the thought of the 15,000 francs terrified him. Once it was a question of money, of taking humiliating steps, or of engaging in more or less equivocal dealings, he went off his head and felt incapable of conducting the least enterprise to a successful conclusion. This explained the artless confidence which had taken him to Armande and Douglas. All hope, however, was not yet dead within him. Thanks to those same qualities which were his weakness, to his kindly heart and upright mind, he always returned to the thoughts of self-reliance and hope. The lessons which the ignominies of life had taught him could not prevent him still believing in the helpful sympathy of others. " I have more than 6 weeks before me yet," he thought. " It's impossible that I shall not find some true friend by then. There's no reason for despair." He would certainly have fallen ill with the anguish, the hopes and disappointments of his task, if he had not had a comforter at hand who smiled at him when most depressed. A strong friendship had grown up between him and the Cougourdans. He went nearly every day to see Fine, and spent long evenings in her society. At the beginning they talked together of Philippe. Then, whilst not forgetting the poor prisoner, they conversed about themselves, about their childhood and future. These were chats quite free from all restraint, which rested them after the fatigues and anxieties of the day, and gave them fresh courage for the morrow. Every morning Marius, little by little, began ardently to long for the evening, in order to find himself back in Fine's little room. When he had a gleam of hope, he ran to tell it to his friend, and when he had met with some disappointment, he also hastened to relate it to her, and be consoled. It was only there, in that clean and tidy attic which smelt so sweet and looked so gay, that he felt at ease in the midst of his tender sadness. One evening he persisted in helping the young woman who was making up some bouquets for the morrow's sale. He took a childish delight in removing the thorns from the roses, in gathering up the pinks into slender bunches, in delicately taking one by one the violets and marguerites and handing them to Fine. From that time he became a florist every evening between 8 and 10. The work amused him, he said, and quieted his anxieties. If ever his fingers touched Fine's when handing her the flowers, he felt a gentle warmth rise to his face. The strange uneasiness, the penetrating emotion he then experienced, was no doubt the sole cause of his sudden inclination for making bouquets. Marius was certainly a simpleton. He would have been much surprised, even hurt, if anyone told him that he was falling in love with Fine. He would have exclaimed that he knew he was much too ugly to dare to love the young woman, and that, moreover, such a love, born and developed in the shadow of his brother's misfortune, would have seemed to him a crime. But his heart would soon have protested. He had never lived much in the society of a woman, and had let himself be caught by the first affectionate glance bestowed upon him. Fine, consoling and encouraging him, ever ready with a caressing smile and a warm pressure of the hand, seemed to him, at first, both a sister and a mother whom Heaven had sent him in his affliction. The truth was that, unbeknown to himself, this sister, this mother, was becoming a bride whom he already loved with all the tender and devoted ardor of his heart. and this love was bound to spring up between two young people who wept and smiled in company. Chance had brought them together, and their goodness was uniting them. They were worthy of each other, they possessed the all-powerful sympathy of devotion. For some time past a sly smile, which Marius had failed to notice, had been playing about Fine's lips. She guessed the young man loved her long before he himself had become aware of his love. Women have a special gift of penetrating this sort of secret. They can read in their lovers' eyes and see into the innermost recesses of their souls. The flower girl, however, was careful to hide her blushes. She schooled herself to remain Marius's cordial friend, and not to open his eyes by a warmer grasp of the hand. To see them each evening, seated opposite one another, with a table covered with roses between them, one would have taken them for brother and sister. On Sundays Fine went to St. Henri. She felt a sort of sympathetic pity, a compassionate friendship for Blanche. The poor young girl, who was soon to become a mother and whose life was for ever blighted, became every day dearer to her. She saw her remorse, her tears of regret, she assisted at her disconsolate existence, and sought by her visits to assuage her misery. She brought her bright smile to that little house by the sea, where Blanche was weeping as she thought of Philippe and her unborn babe. It was like a holy pilgrimage for the flower girl, and she accomplished it religiously. She started off about midday, after luncheon, and remained till dusk with Mlle. de Cazalis. In the evening, as night was falling, she found Marius waiting for her on the seashore, and they returned together to Marseilles, on foot, arm in arm, like a young married couple. Marius tasted pure joy during these walks. Sunday evening became for him the reward of all his efforts of the week. He waited for Fine by the sea, forgetful of his sorrows, feverishly watching for the young woman's arrival. Then, when she was there, they smiled at each other and returned slowly in the soft shadows of the gathering night, exchanging words of friendship and hope. Never did the young man think the road long enough. One Sunday Marius arrived early. As a feeling of delicacy prevented him calling at Blanche's house and so adding to her grief, he sat down on the cliff which rises near the village, and took patience in watching the blue immensity spread out before him. He remained there nearly 2 hours, lost in a vague reverie, in thoughts of love and happiness which softly lulled him. The immense horizon moved him. Unconsciously, his love for Fine rose from his heart to his lips. The sea and sky, the infinity of the waters and the air affected him, opened his soul. He beheld but Fine in the boundless sea, he heard but her name in the dull and regular murmur of the waves. The flower girl arrived and seated herself on the rock beside the young man, who took her hand without speaking. Before them was spread the sea and heavens, both of a soft pale blue. Twilight was falling. Profound serenity was alike enfeebling the last sounds and the last rays. Thin rosy gleams in the west were casting their delicate reflections on the rocks of the shore. There was a breath of tenderness in the air, a great quivering voice which grew softer and softer. Deeply moved, Marius kept his friend's hand in his as he continued his dream. His eyes fixed on the horizon, on that vague haze where heaven and sea mingled together, he was smiling sadly. And in a low voice, and quite unconsciously, his lips gave utterance to the thoughts of his heart. No, no, he murmured, I am too ugly. From the moment Marius took her hand, Fine had been smiling in her sly and tender way. At last her friend was going to make up his mind to speak. She guessed it from the deeper look in his eyes, his tighter grasp. When she heard the young man say he was too ugly, she seemed surprised and annoyed. Too ugly! She exclaimed. But you are quite handsome, Marius. Fine had put so much feeling into the cry which had escaped her, that Marius looked round and clasped his hands as he gazed at her anxiously. She, feeling that she had abruptly delivered up the secret of her heart, lowered her face, which became covered with blushes. She remained thus speechless and embarrassed during some seconds. But she was not the girl to withdraw from the complete avowal of her love. She possessed too much frankness and sprightliness to indulge in the hypocritical comedy which most young persons in love go through on similar occasions. She courageously raised her face and looked straight at Marius, who was trembling. Listen, my friend, she said to him, I wish to speak frankly. 6 months ago, I hardly thought of you at all. I considered you to be ugly, no doubt I had never really looked at you.
To-day I think you are quite handsome. I don't know how it has happened, I assure you."
In spite of her resolution, she hesitated a little, and sudden blushes again covered her cheeks. She stopped short, unable to tell Marius plainly that she loved him. She knew the young man's timidity, and had spoken solely to encourage him. Marius remained in his state of tender ecstasy. He required no more, and would have remained there on the cliff all night without seeking to obtain from Fine a more complete avowal. She was growing impatient. The story of her love was a simple one. At first she had admired Philippe's tall frame and energetic countenance, with that blindness of young girls which prompts them to choose handsome lads, those who carry all their beauty on their faces and none in their souls. Then, wounded to the heart by the indifference of Blanche's lover, seeing at last clearly into his vain nature, she had begun to look more severely upon his conduct, and had become little by little estranged from him. It was at this time that she found herself frequently with Marius, in an intimacy which brought them closer and closer together. In this instance, love had been born of kindliness. Marius, ugly to the eyes, became beautiful for the heart. At first, Fine had seen in him merely a disheartened friend who needed help. She had undertaken half his task in a sisterly way, prompted a little by love for Philippe and a great deal by a natural desire to be serviceable. She had therefore joined Marius, and their common thought of deliverance had united them more each day. It was thus that their affection grew, they loved each other through their self-devotion, whilst living on the same hope and working for the same object. And it was in the accomplishment of this generous task that Marius became handsome. The comparison which Fine could not help drawing between Philippe and Marius, made the latter appear an exceptional being, the charming prince of a young girl's dreams. Marius's countenance became forthwith transfigured in her eyes. It appeared to her quite handsome, with all the beauty of his loyal and tender nature. She would have been immensely surprised had any one told her lover was ugly. Marius could still hear the young woman's cry, that cry of the heart which as good as told him, "You are handsome, and I love you." He dared not speak, fearing to dispel the sweet dream which was so deliciously soothing his mind. Fine, in her embarrassment, continued to smile. "You don't believe me?" she asked, speaking merely for the sake of speaking, and scarcely knowing what she was saying. "Yes, I believe you," Marius replied in a low, deep voice. "I need to believe you. When you were not there, the murmur of the waves told me a secret. I don't know what is the matter with the sea and the sky this evening. They speak in so sweet a voice that they have moved my heart and disturbed my mind. At this close of day, amidst the sadness of the twilight, I have just discovered within myself a happiness I had never dreamed of. Would you like to know the secret the waves whispered in my ear?" "Yes," said the young woman, while her emotion caused her hand to tremble. Marius leant towards her, and murmured in a faint and timid tone of voice, "The waves told me that I loved you." The shadows were falling more gray and solemn. In the heavens, lights appeared amid a milky transparency. The dark blue motionless sea was slumbering as it wafted its sluggish heavy breath. Fresh and briny odors arose, borne by the evening breeze, and the serenity of space spread in the advancing night. The hour was a fit one for an avowal of love. A divine tenderness, a smiling calm came from the vast compassionate sea. At the foot of the cliff the waves were slowly breaking, lulling the sleeping coast; whilst from the earth, still hot and feverish, rose a fierce breath of passion. It seemed as though the vast sea was adding its voice to Marius's tender words. "Well," said the flower girl gaily, "the waves are chatterboxes. But did they tell you the truth?" "Yes, yes," he exclaimed, "the waves spoke the truth. I feel it now, my friend. I have been loving you for months past. Ah, what a lot of good this avowal does me! For a long time past I have felt there was something wanting. When I was in your presence I became penetrated by some pleasant sensation. I could hear some indistinct voices within me, and I could not make out what they were whispering. Now the silence of this cliff has sufficed for me to hear them tell of my love." Fine listened to Marius's words with a smile on her lips. The shadows were becoming more and more bluish and mysterious. Marius hesitated for a moment, then asked in a soft and humble tone of voice, You are not angry at what I am telling you? I know very well that you cannot love me." "You know nothing at all," replied Fine, with abrupt tenderness. "Good heavens! What a time you are making up your mind! My answer has been ready for more than a month past." "And what is it?" "Ask the waves," the young woman answered, with a laugh. She held out her hands to Marius, who kissed them passionately. It was now quite dark, and the dull moan of the sea lingered voluptuously in the gloom. The young man bent over the young woman, and their lips met. Then they talked as lovers do, in the puerile way of children, going from recollections of the past to projects for the future. Their voices were a music which caressed them, and they talked to hear each other speak, to feel one another's warm breath play about their faces. They were so happy in the obscurity, in face of the infinite which lay open before them. "Listen," said Fine, "we will get married when your brother is free. Philippe must be placed in safety first." At the mention of Philippe's name, Marius shuddered. He had forgotten his brother. The sad reality rose before him. For 2 hours he had been living in the seventh heaven, and now he had fallen back to the earth from the height of his dream. "Philippe," he murmured despondently. "Yes, we must think of him. Oh, heavens! Is my happiness already dead? You love my brother, do you not? For mercy's sake, tell me the truth." Fine said nothing, but burst into sobs. The young man's words were breaking her heart. In his despair he pressed for an answer, and at last the flower girl cried, "I love you because you are good, because you know how to love. So you see well enough that I cannot love Philippe." There was such a burst of faith and love in this cry that Marius at last understood. He placed his arms around her in a sudden transport of adoration, and then he had a slight feeling of remorse. "We are happy," he observed, "and egotistical. Whilst we are breathing here the free air of heaven, our brother is pining in prison. Ah, we know not how to work for his deliverance." "Yes, you'll see," Fine replied. "You'll see what one can do when one's in love and loved in return." They remained hand in hand without saying another word, while the sea continued to lull their love with its monotonous voice. The stars were shining brightly as they re-entered Marseille, their hearts full of their young hopes and affection. CHAPTER X. Hostilities are renewed. Blanche passed her days in tears. The autumn was giving a pale hue to the melancholy horizon, the season was becoming cold and dreary. Chill blasts stirred the sea, whose voice had changed into a wail, whilst the trees were casting their leaves upon the ground. Beneath the mournful nudity of the heavens lay the bareness of the sea and shore. This sadness of the air, this last farewell of summer spread over Blanche's surroundings the despair which already filled her heart. She led a retired life in the little house by the shore. It was situated a short distance from the village of St. Henri, stood alone upon a cliff, and overlooked the sea which beat against the rocks beneath the windows. Blanche would spend whole days together watching and listening to the waves, whose constant noise soothed her sufferings. This was her sole diversion. She followed with her eyes the great sheets of foam which broke and leapt into the air. Her aching being found relief in presence of the mild and monotonous immensity. Occasionally of an evening she would go out, accompanied by her companion. She would descend to the seashore and seat herself on a fragment of rock. The cool night breeze calmed the fever that was consuming her. She would linger in the darkness, deafened by the breaking of the waves upon the beach, and not return home until she was shivering with the cold. The same thought was ever oppressing her. At each succeeding hour it was there, overwhelming, inexorable. In the chilliness of the night or the warmth of the day, in presence of the infinite or before the void of darkness, Blanche thought of Philippe and her unborn babe. Fine was her great consoler. If the flower girl had not consented to spend the Sunday afternoons with her, the poor young creature would have died of despair. She felt an imperious need of confiding her grief to some kind soul. Solitude frightened her, for when she found herself alone again, her remorse rose before her like a spectre and filled her with terror. Directly Fine arrived, they both went up to a little room where they shut themselves in to talk and weep undisturbed. The window stood open, and far away, on the blue velvet of the sea, white sails would pass like messengers of hope. And on each occasion the same tears were shed, the same words spoken, heartrending and pathetic. "Oh, how gloomy life is!" said Blanche. "I've been thinking all day of the hours I passed with Philippe among the rocks of Jaumegarde and the Epernay. I ought to have killed myself in those gulfs, have fallen down some precipice." "Why be always weeping, ever regretting?" Fine gently replied. "You're no longer a little girl, and have sacred duties to fulfill. For heaven's sake, think of the present, and no longer linger in an ever irreparable past. You will end by making yourself ill, by killing your child." Blanche shuddered. "Kill my child," she resumed amidst her sobs. "Do not say that. The child must live to atone for my transgression and obtain my pardon. Ah, Philippe was right when he said that I should belong to him forever. Though I denied him, I have vainly tried to tear the memory of him from my heart. My pride has been crushed, and I have been obliged to yield to the love filled with remorse which is torturing me. And to-day I love Philippe more than I ever did before, with all my regrets and all my despair." Fine said nothing. She would have liked to have seen Blanche stronger and prepared for the difficult task maternity was about to bring her. But Mademoiselle de Cazalis was always the poor, weak creature who could do nothing but cry. The flower girl determined to act herself when the time came. "If you knew," continued Blanche, "how I suffer when you're not here. I feel Philippe torturing me. He lives again in my child, and is ever with me, reproaching me with my perjury. He is always before me, or about me. I can see him on his pallet, in his cell, I hear him complaining and cursing me. I would I had no heart, then I might live in peace." "Come, you must be calm," said Fine. With such despair consolation is often powerless. The young woman assisted with a certain terror at these scenes of distress. She studied Blanche's shattered love like a physician studies some strange and terrible malady, and said to herself, "That is how one suffers, that is what one becomes when one loves timidly." One day, when in one of her fits of despair, Blanche said in a broken voice, with her eyes fixed upon her companion, "You are going to marry him, are you not?" Fine did not at first understand Blanche, who added hastily, "Hide nothing from me, I would rather know all. You are a good girl, and will make him happy, and I prefer to see him married to you than to know he is gadding about Marseilles. When I am dead, tell him that I always loved him." And she burst into sobs. The flower girl gently took her hands. "I beg you," she said, "think no more of your lover, but think of your child. If possible, forget everything for it. Besides, be easy, I shall never marry Philippe, though I may become his sister." "His sister?" interrupted Mademoiselle de Cazalis. "Yes," answered Fine, smiling sweetly as she thought of Marius. "I love and am beloved." And she told her the story of her love, appeasing her fever by speaking to her of Marius. As she listened to the recital of this peaceful courtship, Blanche's tears fell less fast. From that day forth she loved Fine far more. She felt only a faint sadness when thinking of Philippe, and determined to devote herself to her child. True love, the devoted, generous love of her friend, had entered her heart. Sometimes Fine found Abbé Chastanier in the little house on the cliff. The priest took Blanche the consolation of religion. He sustained her by talking to her of heaven, by withdrawing her thoughts from the world and its passions. He would have liked to have seen Mademoiselle de Cazalis enter a convent, for he felt that there was no longer any happiness possible for her amid the pleasures of society. She would have to remain everlastingly a widow, and she did not possess the strength of mind necessary to make herself a peaceful existence in her widowhood. But the poor priest was very ignorant of matters relating to the heart. Blanche much preferred to weep with Fine whilst talking of Philippe than to listen to Abbé Chastanier's sermons. Yet the old man spoke to her at times in profound accents, and the girl looked at him with surprise, seized with a desire to penetrate into the peaceful world in which he lived. She wished to kneel down, to remain forever in obeisance, absorbed in an ecstasy that would have delivered her from all her sufferings. It was thus that she became little by little that which she was destined to be, a servant of God, one of those holy women whom the world has wounded, and who ascend to heaven before their death. One day Abbe Chastanier remained till evening, and left with Fine. He had to tell the flower girl some bad news which he did not wish to mention before Blanche. He found Marius on the shore awaiting his sweetheart. My dear child," he said, there is more trouble in store for you. Monsieur de Cazalis wrote to me yesterday. He is much surprised that the sentence pronounced against your brother has not yet been carried out, and informs me he is taking steps to hasten the date of the public exhibition in the pillory. How are you getting on? Do you hope soon to secure the prisoner's release?" Well, no," replied Marius sorrowfully. I am no farther advanced than on the first day. I hope to have still at least 6 weeks before me." I do not think," the Abbe resumed, that Monsieur de Cazalis will be able to induce the President to break with us. Besides, our interview has remained secret, and that makes me believe that the exhibition will not take place till the end of December, as promised. But I advise you to make haste. One can never say what may happen, and I thought it right to let you know what I had been told." Fine and Marius were in dismay. They returned to Marseille with the priest, silently and again a prey to their anguish. Their love had in a sense blinded them during a week, and now they once more beheld the same abyss before them. Chapters 9 and 10. Part II, Chapters 11, 12, and 13 of the Mysteries of Marseilles by Émile Zola. Translated by Ernest, Alfred, Vizetelly. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. Douglas in the pillory at Marseilles. Some few mornings afterwards, towards 9 o'clock, as Marius was on his way to his office, he found the Rue Paradis full of a noisy crowd which was going in the direction of the Canebière. He stopped at the corner of the Rue de la Dasse, and standing on tiptoe, caught a glimpse of the Place Royale full of people. It was like a sea of human heads. The unceasing flow of the crowd about him continued on its way with a noisy hum. The keen curiosity evinced by the mob gradually took hold of Marius also. Stray words which he caught from time to time filled him with vague anxiety, and he also wished to go and see. He allowed himself to be carried along by the crowd which was streaming down the street like a torrent. He easily reached the Place Royale, but there the throng which surged from the Rue Paradis broke itself against the compact, immovable mass of people. All were standing on tiptoe, and looking in the direction of the Canebière. The young man obtained a vague view of some soldiers on horseback. He could distinguish nothing else, and did not yet guess what painful sight could thus attract the entire population of the city. The crowd about him was shouting. Voices gave utterance to sudden sharp words, which rose above the discordant hum of the multitude, and reached him distinctly. He arrived from Aix during the night. Yes, and he'll start tomorrow for Toulon. I should like to see what figure he cuts. They say he burst into sobs when he saw the executioner bring the cords. No, no, he kept up well. Believe me, he's a plucky fellow, who doesn't weep like a woman. Ah, the scoundrel! The people should stone him. I shall try and get nearer. Wait for me! They must be hooting him there. I want to join in. These words, interspersed with jeers and yelled out with angry gesticulations, sounded cruelly in Marius's ears. A genuine terror seized him, and a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He was frightened and incapable of reasoning. He asked himself in his anguish who the man could be whom the mob was hurrying to insult. The crowd was growing denser and more eager every moment, and he saw that he would never be able to pierce the formidable mass before him. So he decided to get round the Place Royale. He went slowly down the Rue Vacon, took the Rue Beauvau, and eventually reached the Canebière. There a strange sight awaited him. The whole extent of the Canebière, from the harbor to the Cours Bazins, was filled with an immense mob which was added to every minute. Throngs of people were streaming down every street. At times a breath of anger rushed through the crowd, and then shouts arose, spread like vast billows with the deep murmur of the sea. All the windows were filled with spectators. Urchins had climbed up the shop fronts along the houses. All Marseille was there, and each head was eagerly gazing in the same direction. There were more than 60,000 persons on the Canebière staring and hooting. When Marius had succeeded in drawing near, he then understood what kind of sight was attracting and detaining the crowd. In the centre of the Canebière, opposite the Place Royale, stood a scaffold made of rough planks, on which was a man tied to a post. 2 companies of infantry, a picket of mounted gendarmerie and chasseurs were drawn round the platform and protecting the culprit against the increasing fury of the mob. At first Marius only beheld the wretch fastened to the pillory and towering above the crowd. A horrible anxiety made him seek to see the man's face. Perhaps it was Philippe. Perhaps M. de Cazalis had succeeded in having the date of the execution of the sentence advanced. At that thought Marius's sight became confused, tears filled his eyes, and there was like a thick cloud hanging before his gaze which prevented him distinguishing anything. He leant against a shop, feeling faint, and stabbed to the heart by each shout of the crowd. In his feverish state, he ended by really believing that he recognized his brother on the scaffold, that it was indeed Philippe who was there and whom the multitude was insulting. The shame, pain, and pity which then took possession of him filled him with atrocious anguish. During several minutes he remained like one annihilated. Then he recovered sufficient courage to raise his head and look. The wretched man was firmly tied to the post. He wore a vest and trousers of grey canvas. His head was covered by a cap, and he had drawn the peak down over his eyes. He obstinately held his head bent, thus preventing the spectators seeing his features. His face was turned towards the port, and he never once raised his head to gaze at the broad sea which spread out before him, free and happy. When Marius had again looked at the prisoner, he felt a doubt, and with it, relief. The man seemed twice as stout as his brother. Moreover, he knew Philippe, and was confident that he would not have bowed his head thus, but would have considered it a duty to return the crowd scorn for scorn. Yet Marius still had a vague fear. The hidden face disquieted him. He would have liked to have had a clear view of the culprit's features. All about the young man the mob continued to utter exclamations, yells of anger or irony. "Hold up your head, you rogue! Show us your face, you scoundrel! Oh, he'll never look up, he's frightened. Well, he's harmless now. He's got his hands tied, and will never again rob anybody. You think so, do you? You almost stole his pardon. Yes, yes. Some rich people, pious people, tried to have him spared the ignominy of the pillory. A poor man wouldn't have met with such sympathy. But the king didn't give way. He said the punishment must be the same for all scoundrels, whether high or low. Oh, the king's a good fellow. Hi! Douglas, rogue, rascal, thief, hypocrite, you won't play any more of your pranks, my friend. You won't go again to church to pray to have your forgeries concealed." Marius breathed more freely. The cries he heard told him at last who was the sufferer. Then he recognized Douglas, he caught a distinct view of the ex-notary's pale, fat face. But in the innermost recesses of his heart, he thought of his brother, and remembered that Philippe also might have to confront the jeers and howls of the mob. The multitude was still roaring. "He's ruined more than 50 families. Penal servitude is too light a punishment for him." "We should take the law into our own hands." "Yes, that's it. We'll capture him and lynch him when he passes by. Look how comfortable he seems up there." "He doesn't suffer half enough. He ought to be hung up by his feet." "Ah, there's the executioner about to untie him. Come along." It was true, and Douglas left the scaffold. He was placed in a little open cart drawn by a single horse, which was to take him back to the prison. At this moment there was a great commotion amongst the people. Everybody rushed forward to hoot and perhaps kill the wretch. But the foot soldiers surrounded the cart, whilst those on horseback galloped about and broke up the mob. Marius looked a last time at the culprit with intense pity. The man was, no doubt, very guilty, but the cavalry of shame he was ascending turned him rather into an object of commiseration than of anger. The young man had remained leaning against a shop. As he was watching the departure of the cart, he heard 2 workmen, who were passing by, say, "We'll come back next month. You know, they're going to exhibit that fellow who carried off the young lady. It'll be more amusing." "Ah, yes, Philippe Cayol. I knew him. He's a big chap.
We must find out the proper day so as not to miss it. There'll be a fine to do."
The workmen went off, and Marius remained with a pale face and an aching heart. The men were right. In a month's time it would be his brother's turn. And he reflected that chance had caused him to assist at all the horrors Philippe would have to go through. He knew now what sufferings awaited him. He could fancy him in Douglas's place, and pictured to himself the horrible scene that would be enacted. His anguish kept him a long time with closed eyes and ears full of a confused hum. He was seeing Philippe on the scaffold, and listening to the laughing crowd insulting him. CHAPTER XII. Marius loses his wits. As Marius was leaning against the shop front, his eyes fixed on the ground, and deeply affected by the scene at which he had been assisting, he felt a hand laid on his shoulder with friendly roughness. He looked up and beheld Sauveur, the master stevedore, before him. " Well, my young friend, what on earth are you doing there?" Sauveur exclaimed with a hearty laugh. " One would think you were going to be tied to that post," and he pointed to the scaffold. Sauveur was gaily dressed. He wore a coat and trousers of fine cloth, and his partly buttoned waistcoat gave a view of his white shirt. His heavy watch chain, with its massive charms, was displayed complacently. As it was scarcely 10 o'clock, the master stevedore was still in his slippers, with his soft felt hat cocked on his head, and his beautiful meerschaum pipe between his teeth. One felt that the whole pavement of the Canebière belonged to him. He was quite at home there, occupying as much room as possible, and watching the passers-by in a familiar and patronizing way. With his hands in his pockets, stretching out his trousers, his legs wide apart, he examined Marius with a look of superiority that was full of condescension. " You seem worried and ill," he added. " Do as I do. Keep well, eat and drink heartily, lead a merry life. Ah, as for me, I don't know what grief is. I'm strong. I've got a good digestion, and I can spend 100 francs whenever I like. I know one must be well off to do as I do. Everybody isn't rich." He eyed Marius pitifully, and found him so puny and pale that he was delighted at feeling himself plump and red beside him. At that moment he would willingly have lent the young man 1,000 francs. Marius was not listening to his prating. He had shaken his hand in an absent-minded way, and then had plunged again in his gloomy thoughts. He was thinking with despair that he had been vainly struggling for 3 months without having made the slightest headway. The post erected before him was awaiting Philippe, and it seemed to him that his feet were rooted to the pavement, and that he was unable to run to his brother's assistance. At that moment he would have sold himself to obtain a few 1,000 francs, he would have committed a mean action. Receiving no reply, Sauveur continued prating. He liked to hear the sound of his own voice. " Deuce take it," he said, " a young man should amuse himself. But poor you don't amuse yourself enough, you work too hard, my young friend. Ah, it requires a lot of money, pleasures cost dear. As for myself, I some weeks spend enormous sums. You can't amuse yourself as much as that, it'd be impossible. But yet you might have a bit of a fling. You've got a trifle of money, haven't you? Listen, shall I take you some evenings to places that'll enliven you up?" The master stevedore thought himself very generous in making Marius this proposal. He waited a while for the young man to thank him. But as he still maintained his silence of despair, he took his arm in an authoritative way, and led him along the pavement. " I'll take you in hand," he exclaimed. " I'll show you life. I intend you to be almost as lively as myself in a week's time. I eat in the best restaurants, I know the prettiest women in Marseilles, and, as you see, I stroll about all day. That's the way to live." He stopped, and folding his arms, planted himself abruptly before Marius. " Do you know at what time I went to bed?" he resumed. " At 3 o'clock this morning. And would you like to know where I passed the night? At the Corneille Club, where there was a fine old gamble. Just fancy, there were 2 delightful creatures there, women attired in velvet, with jewels and lace, things so costly that one is afraid to touch them with the tips of one's fingers. Clairon, a little dark woman, won over 5,000 francs." Marius looked up sharply. " Ah !" he said in a strange voice, Can one win 5,000 francs in a single night?" Sauveur burst out laughing. "Good heavens, what a simpleton you are! I have seen larger sums than that won. Some people have luck. Last year I knew a young man who won 16,000 francs in a couple of nights. He came to the club with me and hadn't a copper on him. I lent him 5 francs, and 2 days after he was in possession of 16,000. We spent them together. Heavens, didn't I just amuse myself during the month they lasted?" A red flush came to Marius's face. He felt a tremor pass up him and burn his chest. He had never before experienced so painful a sensation. "Doesn't one have to be a member of a club to be able to play there?" he asked. The master stevedore smiled and winked his eye in a knowing manner, shrugging his shoulders the while. "I thought," resumed Marius, "that strangers were not allowed in a club, and that only the members who had paid a subscription could play there." "Yes, yes, that's correct," replied Sauveur, laughing. "Only members have the right to play. But strangers who have not that right are generally more numerous around the gaming table, and play for higher stakes than the members. Do you understand?" It was now Marius who took hold of Sauveur's arm, and they went a few steps in silence. Then the young man asked his companion, in a stifled voice, "Could you take me to-night to the Corneille Club?" "Bravo!" exclaimed the master stevedore. "We'll have a laugh. I see you're beginning to understand life. Look you, wine, love, and cards, that's the ticket for me. When I saw you looking so pale, I said to myself, there's a youngster I must take in hand. Try and win some money, be quick and get a sweetheart, and you'll soon grow fat, or the devil take me. Certainly I'll conduct you to-night to the Corneille Club, and I'll introduce you to Clairon." Marius made a movement of impatience. He cared nothing for Clairon. A fixed idea was occupying his brain. Since it was possible to win 16,000 francs at play in a couple of nights, he wished to tempt fortune and obtain Philippe's ransom from chance. And he said to himself that Providence would watch over him, that he would leave the club with his hands full of gold. Something had gone wrong in his healthy, upright mind. Beneath the repeated blows of disaster the good sense he possessed had become clouded. Everything was weighing him down. In bringing him the news of M. de Cazalis's fresh proceedings, Abbe Chastanier had dealt him the first blow. Then Douglas in the pillory, that terrible sight, had completed his perturbation, driving him mad by spreading before his eyes the spectacle of the infamous punishment that awaited his brother. He was now quite losing his wits. Reduced to powerlessness, not knowing where to turn in his supreme anguish, he looked upon gambling as a providential means which would either help him out of his difficulty, or plunge him more deeply into the abyss of his despair. Besides, he was acting in a state of fever, no longer knowing what he was doing, obeying simply the instincts of the beast. He looked at Sauveur, wondering whether it was virtue or crime which had placed this man across his path, at the moment when the thought of the steps the deputy was taking and of Philippe's punishment was torturing him. At that instant he would have accepted anything, he would have fought ill luck with no matter what weapons. "Well, that's agreed," resumed Sauveur, as he took leave. "Where shall I meet you this evening?" "I'll be here, on the Canebière, at 10 o'clock," replied Marius. He left the master stevedore and went to his office. He had never before been in such a state of over excitement. He passed a terrible day, shaking with fever, his brow heated, a vacant gaze in his eyes, and full of eager desire as he thought of the night that was coming. He was dreaming awake, and beheld the gold heaping up before him. He fancied himself already rich, and imagined his brother was free. In the evening he went to see Fine, as usual, at about 8 o'clock. The young woman noticed how heated his hands were. "Whatever is the matter with you?" she asked him anxiously. He stammered, and hurried away with the words, "Don't ask me anything. Philippe will be free, and we shall all live happily." He called at his lodging to take 100 francs, which he had saved up one by one, and then went to meet Sauveur. At 10 o'clock they both entered the Corneille Club. CHAPTER XIII. The Gambling Houses of Marseilles. Before relating the next episode of this drama, before showing Marius a prey to all the anxieties of the gambler, it is necessary to explain the causes which led to the increase of gambling houses in Marseilles. The writer of these lines would like to display, in all its hideous nakedness, the festering sore which preyed upon one of the wealthiest and liveliest cities of France. The reader will pardon his short digression in consideration of its usefulness. It is to be observed that the passion for gambling plays the most havoc in the great centres of commerce. When a whole population is given over to unbridled speculation, when all classes in a city are trafficking from morn to eve, it is almost impossible that this throng of dealers should not plunge into the keen emotions of gambling. Gaming then becomes an additional speculation to be added to the others. People speculate on chance, and continue during the night the occupation of the day. During the daytime they have been trying to increase their fortune by selling no matter what, and at night time they seek to add to the profit by risking it at the gaming table. If it is true that trade is often a game, the traders may believe that they are not going out of their element when they pass from their counters to the neighboring gambling houses. The commercial fever, too, is contagious. In the face of certain great fortunes accumulated in a few years, there is not a young man at Marseille who does not dream of similar luck. Everyone wishes to go into business. The whole city is an enormous bank in which one lives merely for the sake of making money. Go down to the port, walk into all the places where the crowd is densest. You will find everyone talking of money, and will fancy yourself in some immense office where all conversations are about figures. The important business is, when one has 10 francs in one's pocket, to turn them into 20, 30, 40. Those with large capital gamble at the stock exchange, buying and selling. But folks who only possess a few francs have recourse to gaming. Not having sufficient to engage in vast enterprises, they satisfy their craving by tempting chance. It is a means of gaining fortune or meeting ruin which is within everyone's grasp, a prompt and easy method, a new style of trade, full of keen emotions. The gambler is a speculator who lives a whole panting existence in a night, and experiences the hope, anxiety, and despair of a stock jobber. In a city like Marseille, where money reigns as sovereign king, where the inhabitants are under the influence of a terrible commercial fever, gambling becomes a necessity, a sort of bank open to all, in which each one, both rich and poor, can risk his coppers or his gold. Add to this the fact that the wealthy, those who shovel gold about, who gain enormous sums in a day, set little value on that gold they pile up so easily. A workman looks with reverence at the 5-franc piece which is paid him in the evening. He has toiled and moiled to earn the coin. It represents to him an exhausting labor, long hours of fatigue, and he has to live on it. But a trader, a stock jobber who, whilst remaining seated in his office, finds at evening that he has gained several hundreds of francs, does not fear, when pocketing his profit, to let a few 20-franc pieces fall to the ground. He knows that on the morrow he will no doubt earn as many more. He is still young, and wishes to enjoy life. As he has been shut in during several hours, he requires in the evening some noisy pleasures and strong emotions. So he squanders his money in the restaurants and cafes, and at the gaming table, spending it as easily as he earned it. A commercial city is therefore forcibly dissolute and given to gambling. In this ebb and flow of fortunes, in this scorching breath of trade which penetrates throughout every house, there are hours of madness, imperious needs for enjoyment. At certain times these people are blinded by the dazzle of the gold. They plunge into debauchery the same as they plunged into business. And the fever lays hold of the town from one end to the other, little and big, rich and poor, are agitated by the same emotion, the same need to lose or win gold, down to ruin or up to millions. One can understand the existence of, I was almost saying the necessity for, gambling houses at Marseille. At the time of this story there were more than 100 of them, and the number was increasing daily. The police were vanquished by the passion of the gamblers. Whenever a gambling house was discovered and closed, 2 others were opened in its immediate neighborhood. To cut off the evil at the root, it was necessary to remove the fever that was agitating the whole population. But to my mind the evil was irremediable. One may kill man, but not his passions. The police, who have a direct action on gambling houses, close all those they discover. But their action is difficult to apply in the clubs which, at times, become changed into veritable houses for gaming. Gamblers are inventive when it is a question of satisfying their passion. They endeavor to have the law on their side. Understand well, however, what I mean to say. I have no idea of attacking certain honorable clubs at Marseille, I wish merely to be the historian of those scandalous clubs, frequented by sharpers and sometimes terribly stained by the blood of suicide. This is how a club is founded. A few persons ask for an authorization to meet of an evening in a certain place, for the purposes of conversation and refreshment, and even to play at lawful games. Each member pays a subscription, and it is forbidden to admit strangers, that is to say, to keep a gaming table open to the public. And now this is what happens. After a few months, conversation and drinking cease, and whole nights are spent around the green baize. The stakes, at first very small, gradually increase in amount, so much so that it is easy to ruin oneself in a few nights. The management is no longer so strict, anyone is free to enter, there are more strangers in the club than members, even women are admitted, sharpers soon put in an appearance for the purpose of fleecing inexperienced players, and this state of things lasts until the police make a raid and close the premises. 2 months later the club reopens some distance off, the farce is played over again with the same ending. This is one of the open sores of Marseille, a festering sore which spreads every day. The clubs have always a tendency to become gambling houses, abysses which swallow up the fortunes and honor of those imprudent enough to venture therein. And once one has tasted the keen delights of play, all other pleasures seem to cloy. The fever seizes hold of one's whole being, and the table claims the last coin in one's purse. Not a week goes by without some fresh disaster or complaint to the authorities. One time it is merchants who have been ruining themselves at the gaming tables. They come there and jeopardize the money deposited with them, first dissipating their own profits, and then breaking into the funds that have been entrusted to their commercial probity. After that they are obliged to go into bankruptcy, and they drag down in their ruin those who have had faith in their honesty. Another time it is small clerks with appetites for luxury and fast living, and whose modest salaries are insufficient for the gratification of their passions. They see around them wealthy people wallowing in the lap of luxury, surrounded by lovely women, reclining in carriages, in short, tasting of all the dissolute joys of life. They are seized with jealousy, and feel a keen desire to lead a similar existence of pleasure and festivity. So they seek to obtain the necessary money at the gaming table. They first of all risk their salaries. Then, when luck is against them, they rob their employers, and enter upon a criminal career. Then again there are young men, poor simple fellows, fresh from college, who become the prey of skilful sharpers. If they win, they plunge into debauchery. If they lose, they fall into debt, give bills to usurers, and eat their corn in the ear. The following characteristic story is told. A clerk, who had been given a few thousand francs by his employer to pay the duty on some merchandise, went that evening to a club and lost the money with which he had been entrusted at baccarat. It was a temporary madness, the clerk being an honest fellow who had succumbed to the gambling fever. The employer threatened to make a complaint to the authorities. On hearing this, the members of the club met together and decided to restore to the employer, out of their own pockets, the sum which his clerk had misappropriated. When they had paid up, the clerk signed a bill to the order of the cashier of the club, and the cashier has never insisted on the payment of this bill which the poor clerk was unable to meet. Is not this kind action on the gamblers' part an admission? They understood that they were all jointly and severally guilty of the embezzlement, and they hushed up the affair so that the authorities should not come and disturb them in the gratification of their passion. It was into this world stricken with madness, into this company of excited gamblers, that Sauveur introduced Marius. End of chapters 11, 12, and 13. Part 2, Chapter 14 of the Mysteries of Marseilles by Émile Zola. Translated by Ernest Alfred Vizetelly. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14, in which Marius wins 10,000 francs. The Corneille Club was one of those authorized gambling hells that were referred to in the preceding chapter. In principle, it should only have comprised members admitted by a majority of voices and paying a subscription of 25 francs. But in reality everyone could go there and gamble. At the commencement, to save appearances, they were in the habit of pasting a list of the newcomers up on the glass. Or else strangers were obliged to give a card of introduction supplied by one of the members. Later on they omitted to ask for the card, and they had not taken the trouble to post up the names. Anyone could go there who liked. Of course, the master stevedore was an upright man, incapable of committing a base action, but his life of pleasure had caused him to make strange friendships. He naively said that he preferred the society of rogues to that of straightforward people, for while the latter worried him, the former made him laugh. He sought low society by instinct, because he could there unbutton himself at his ease, and amuse himself as he pleased, that is to say, by making a frightful riot. Besides, with his affected air of a simple, easy man, he concealed extraordinary cunning and prudence. He never compromised himself, gambled little, and withdrew as soon as he ran the least danger. He was aware of the shady reputation of the majority of the frequenters of the Corneille Club, and he went there because he met with ladies who were the reverse of being straight-laced, and was able to satisfy his inclinations of an upstart. Sauveur and Marius, after ascending a narrow staircase, reached a spacious apartment on the first floor, where a score of marble-topped tables were set out. Against the walls were divans covered with red velvet, and in the centre rush-seated chairs. You might have imagined yourself in a café. At the end was a large table covered with green cloth, on which 2 squares were marked out with red braid, and between these was a well for the cards that had been used. This was the gaming table. It was surrounded by chairs. Marius cast a bewildered look over the place on entering. He was suffocating, like a man who had just fallen into the water. Anyone to look at him might have thought that he had just come into a cavern where wild beasts were about to devour him. His heart was beating rapidly, and his brow covered with perspiration. A sort of timidity mingled with repugnance kept him motionless, awkward, and gave him an embarrassed appearance. There was hardly anyone in the room. A few men were drinking. 2 women were conversing excitedly in a low tone in the corner. The gaming table remained dark and unoccupied in the background, for the gas burners which descended in the centre of the green cloth had not yet been lit. Marius regained his assurance little by little, but the fever continued raging in his veins. What will you take?" inquired Sauveur. Whatever you like," answered the young man in an off-hand way, staring at the table with curiosity and alarm. The master stevedore ordered beer. He extended himself full length on a divan, and lit a cigar. Ah, there is Clairon, along with her friend Isnard," he all at once exclaimed, perceiving the 2 girls talking in a corner. Look what pearls of women they are! Eh, what say you? They are the sort of little creatures you require to drive away your troubles." Marius looked at the girls. Clairon wore an old black velvet gown, stained and frayed. She was short, dark, faded. Her face, which was pale and covered with yellow spots, wore an air of weariness which was painful to look at. Isnard, who was tall and thin, appeared still older and more worn out. It seemed as if her angular limbs would pierce through her faded silk gown at the shoulders. Marius was at a loss to understand Sauveur's passionate admiration for these creatures. He turned away his head with an expression of disgust. Fine's healthy countenance had just appeared to him, and he felt ashamed at being in such a place. The high key of Sauveur's voice had made the 2 girls turn their heads, and they began to laugh. Oh, they are buxom lasses," murmured the master stevedore. There's no mourning in their society. If you like, we'll take them off with us to-night." Aren't we going to play?" inquired Marius sharply, interrupting his companion. Good heavens, what a hurry you are in," answered Sauveur, who stretched himself out still more to attract the girls' attention. Of course we are going to play. We'll play until to-morrow morning, if you like. But, dash it, there's time enough for that. Just observe how Clairon and Isnard are looking at me." The frequenters of the place gradually came in. A waiter lit the gas, and several players went and seated themselves at the gaming table. The 2 girls began to move about the room, smiling on the men they knew. They ended by seating themselves near the banker who held the cards, hoping no doubt to glean a few 20-franc pieces. Sauveur then consented to approach the players. Marius stayed for a moment standing, studying the game. He leant over to his companion and said, Kindly explain to me how I must act." The master stevedore was very much amused at the young man's naivety. But, my good fellow," he answered, nothing is easier. Where have you come from? Everyone knows baccarat. Come here, sit down." Place your stake on this side or that, in one of those squares surrounded by a red band. You see the banker makes use of 2 packs of cards of different colored backs and of 52 cards each. He deals 2 cards on each side and 2 to himself. The tens and picture cards do not count. The highest point is 9, and it is necessary to get as near that as possible. If you have no more than the banker, you win. If less, you lose. That's all." "But," said Marius, "I see some of the players ask for a card." "Yes," answered Sauveur, "you are allowed to draw a card to arrange your hand. You often disarrange it. I advise you to always stand at 6. It's a nice point." Marius sat down at the table. "Don't you play?" he inquired of Sauveur. "Faith, no," answered the master stevedore. "I prefer having a laugh with Clairon." And he got up and went hanging round the little brunette. The truth was that he was afraid of losing his cash. He found gambling ran away with such a lot of money. The excitement of winning and losing was too rapid for him. He wanted solid, lasting enjoyment. The banker shuffled the cards. "Make your game, gentlemen," he said. Marius placed 50 francs on the cloth with a shudder. He had decided that he would play his 100 francs in 2 stakes. Red light passed before his eyes. He heard a sort of growling within him which made him feel giddy. His ears tinkled and his sight was troubled. The sensation he experienced was so violent that his heart almost ceased beating. "Nothing more goes," said the banker. And he dealt the cards. It was Marius's turn to take them. He picked them up and looked at them in a stupid way. He had 5. He asked for cards and remained with 4. The hands were thrown down. The banker had 3. A murmur of astonishment passed round the table. Marius had won. From that moment the young man was beside himself. He lived in a sort of dream. He remained there for more than 5 hours, downcast, overcome, sent half asleep by the monotony of the game, winning always, losing only to win still more. He played with an audacity that made the other gamblers tremble, and won contrary to every probability, clearing out the bankers one after the other. Beside him was an elderly man who watched him with a stupefied and envious look. This person at length bent towards him and asked him in a low tone of voice, "Sir, would you be so good as to tell me what your mascotte is?" Marius did not hear him. A mascotte, in the slang of Provençal gamblers, is a sort of talisman which shields the person who possesses it against ill luck. All gamblers are more or less superstitious, and each of them invents a little protecting divinity as a means of ensuring fortune. The old gentleman seemed wounded at Marius's silence. "I don't think I have been indiscreet," he continued. "I should have been curious to know what could possibly have given you such luck. I don't hide what I do. Here's my mascotte." He took off his hat and displayed an image of the Virgin Mary inside of it. If Marius had been calm, he would have laughed. But he was enervated by several hours' play, and he made a movement of impatience, and continued to pile up the gold before him without uttering a single word. Sauveur, who was astounded at his companion's luck, had placed himself behind his chair. He preferred to watch the game to playing himself. He enjoyed the sight of large sums of money spread out on the gaming table when he did not run the risk of losing. Clairon and Isnard had followed him and leant familiarly on the back of Marius's seat. They bent over towards the young man, smiled at him, fondled him with their eyes. The odor of gold had made them hasten forward like birds of prey. 5 o'clock struck. The pale daylight was streaming in at the windows. The gamblers went off one by one. Marius ended by finding himself alone. He had 10,000 francs in winnings before him. The young man would have sat at the gaming table until evening, until the following day, without being conscious of it, without complaining of the fatigue which was overpowering him. For more than 5 hours he had been playing mechanically, having but one idea in his head, that of winning, of always winning. He wanted to finish with it at a single stroke, to win the sum he required in one night, and not put his feet in the hell again. When he found himself alone at the table, stupid, blind, his limbs aching with excitement and weariness, he was in despair, His eyes sought someone to go on playing with. He had just counted the money he had won, and he knew it only amounted to 10,000 francs. He wanted 5,000 francs more. He would have given anything in the world for daylight not to have appeared. Perhaps he might have had time to complete Philip's ransom. And he was there, staring at his gold pieces, putting them slowly into his pocket, folding up the bank notes one by one, looking round the room for a belated gambler. There was a man at a small table near him who had been watching the play all the evening, without risking anything himself. When he had seen Marius winning, he had approached and had not lost sight of him. He seemed to be waiting. He let the other gamblers go away one by one, fixing his eyes on the young man, following the fever that agitated him, lying in wait for him as for a sure prey. When the latter, vexed and shivering, was making up his mind to leave, the stranger rose hurriedly and approached him. Sir, he inquired, will you have a game at écarté with me? Marius was about to accept joyfully, when Sauveur, who was following him step by step, seized him by the arm, and whispered, Don't play. The young man turned round and threw an inquiring look on the master stevedore. Don't play, the latter continued, if you wish to keep the 10,000 francs you've got in your pocket. For the love of Providence, refuse and come quickly. You will thank me afterwards. Marius had a good mind not to listen to Sauveur, but the master stevedore got him little by little near the door, and seeing him hesitate, he undertook to speak for him. No, no, Monsieur Felix, he said to the man who was offering to play écarté. My friend is tired, he can't stay any longer. Good day, Monsieur Felix. Monsieur Felix seemed very much annoyed at this answer. He stared fixedly at Sauveur as if to say to him, What the deuce are you meddling with? Then he turned on his heels, whistled between his teeth, and murmured, And so I've lost my night. Sauveur had not let go of Marius. When they were both in the street, the young man inquired of his companion in an irritated tone, Why did you prevent me playing? Ah, poor innocent, answered the master stevedore. Because I took pity on you. Because I didn't want Felix to win your 10,000 francs from you. That man's a rascal, then? Oh, no, he remains within the strictest limits of honesty. Then I should have won. No, you would have lost. The calculations of Monsieur Felix are sure. This is how he proceeds. He never plays during the night. Towards morning, when the other players are racked with fever, he addresses one of them and makes him seat himself at an écarté table. It is no longer a question of a game of chance, but of a game in which you need all your intelligence and all your calm. Monsieur Felix is calm and prudent. He is a head that is fresh and reposed. His adversary is feverish, blind, he does not even see his cards, and in a few deals he is stripped in the most straightforward fashion in the world. I understand, and I thank you. Monsieur Felix has already won quite a fortune by putting his system into practice every evening. But I repeat that he plays in a perfectly honorable manner, only he arranges things in such a way that his adversaries always play like perfect jackasses. And that is how clever people succeed. If I were in his place, I'd take out a patent. Marius remained silent. The two men had stopped in the middle of the deserted street opposite the entrance to the Corneille Club. It was wet, foggy weather, nasty odors hovered over the pavement, and there was a piercing chill in the matinal breeze. Buttoned up to their chins, both shivering, they reeled about like drunkards, their pale countenances and sparkless eyes telling the few passers-by what sort of night they had just passed. As Marius was about to go off, he felt an arm slipped in his. He turned and recognized Isnard. Clairon had just taken Sauveur's arm. The two women had not lost sight of these men who smelt of gold. They had followed them, ravenous at the thought of the 10,000 francs that Marius had on him, and determined to have their share of the amount. The young man appeared to them a simpleton whom they could master without difficulty and strip at their ease. Isnard burst into a laugh and said in a slightly groggy voice, "Are you going to bed already, gentlemen?" Marius rapidly withdrew his arm with an air of repugnance which he did not take the trouble to disguise.
My loves, answered Sauveur, I am willing to stand you a breakfast. Promise me to be very amusing. Are you coming, Marius? No, answered the young man sharply. Ah, this gentleman is not coming, said Clairon in a drawling voice. Ah, that's a pity. He would have stood us champagne. He owes us at least that. Marius felt in his pockets, pulled 2 handfuls of gold out of them, and passed them to Clairon and Isnard. The women pocketed the money without being in the least degree put out. Until to-night, said Marius. Until to-night, answered the master stevedore. He took one of the women on each arm and went off in that way, singing and creating a frightful disturbance in the quiet thoroughfare. Marius watched him move away, and then proceeded to his peaceful little room in the Rue Sainte. It was 6 o'clock in the morning. He went to bed and slept like a top. He only awoke at 2 o'clock. When he opened his eyes, he perceived the money he had won. The reddish reflex running over the gold almost frightened him. All at once the night he had passed came back to him with singular distinctiveness, and he felt a formidable choking sensation in the throat. He was afraid of becoming a gambler, for his first thought on awakening was that he would return to the hell in the evening and would win again. At this idea a tremor passed through him, and he became feverish and enjoyed a moment of voluptuous delight. And he repeated to himself, No, it is not true. I cannot be possessed of that horrible passion. I cannot have become a gambler from one day to another. I gamble to deliver Philippe. I don't play for myself. He did not dare interrogate himself further. Then he thought of Fine, and he had to make an effort to restrain his sobs. He said to himself that he already had 10,000 francs, and that he could dispense with returning to the gambling house. Assuredly he could easily find 5,000 francs. He would not run the risk of losing what he had won. He dressed himself and went out into the street. His head was bursting. He did not even think of going to his office. He entered a restaurant, but could not eat. Everything he saw seemed to be turning, and at times he felt a choking sensation, as if he were all at once in want of breath. When night came, he went, as a matter of course, step by step, to the Corneille Club. Chapter 14. Part 2, Chapters 15 and 16 of the Mysteries of Marseilles by Émile Zola, translated by Ernest Alfred Vizetelly. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15. How Marius had blood on his hands. On entering the room, Marius perceived Sauveur seated at a table between Clairon and Isnard. The master stevedore had not quitted the 2 girls since the morning. He rose, stepped forward, and pressed the young man's hand. Ah, my friend, he said, how wrong you were not to have come with us. We amused ourselves immensely. These charmers are so funny. They would make stones laugh. They are the sort of ladies I like. He dragged Marius to the table where Clairon and Isnard were drinking beer. The young man sat down with a good deal of ill grace. Sir, said Isnard to him, would you like me to go into partnership with you tonight? No, he answered dryly. He's quite right to refuse, cried Sauveur in a noisy voice. You want to ruin him, my dear. You know the proverb, lucky at cards, unlucky in love. And he added in a low voice, addressing his companion, Why don't you make friends with her? Don't you see the glances she is casting at you? Marius rose without answering, and went and sat at the card table. A game was about to commence, and he was impatient to return to the sensations of the previous night. He wished to follow the same tactics. He placed 50 francs on the cloth, and lost them. He put 50 others there, and lost them also. Gamblers are justly fatalists. They know by experience that chance has its laws, like everything else in this world; that it labors sometimes for a whole night to make a man's fortune, and that often, the next day, it works his ruin with the same persistence. A moment comes when chance turns, when a person who has won a long series of hands loses another series that is quite as long. Marius had arrived at one of those terrible moments. He lost 5 times in succession.
Sauveur, who had drawn near and was following his game, bent over him and said rapidly, "Don't play to-night, you are not in luck. You will lose all you won yesterday." The young man shrugged his shoulders impatiently. His throat became dry and the perspiration stood out on his forehead. "Leave me alone," he answered sharply. "I know what I'm doing. I want all or nothing." "As you please," replied the master stevedore. "I have gained some experience during the 10 years I have been playing and watching others play. In a few hours, my good fellow, you will not have a sou left. It always happens like that." He took a chair and sat down behind Marius, wishing to be present when his predictions were realized. Clairon and Isnard, who hoped to gather up a few pieces of gold, as on the previous day, also came and placed themselves near the young man. They laughed, gave themselves airs, and Sauveur, from time to time, joked noisily with them. The bursts of laughter and tittering which Marius heard behind him exasperated him. He was on the point of turning round 2 or 3 times to send Sauveur and the girls to the Prince of Darkness. In despair at losing, enervated by the strange and terrible hands that chance gave him, he felt his anger rising within him, and would have been glad to vent it on some one. He had played at first, as on the previous night, with audacity and decision, risking hands of 5 and relying on his good luck. But that luck had gone, his audacity did not serve him. Then he wanted to act prudently. He dodged chance, calculated the probabilities, and finally played cleverly. He lost just as often as before. On several occasions he had 8 and the banker 9. Fortune seemed to take bitter pleasure in stripping him on whom he had showered her favors. It was indeed a fight to the death, and at each fresh attack, at each hand of cards, Marius was vanquished. At the expiration of an hour he had already lost 4,000 francs. Sauveur kept singing out behind him, "What did I say? I was certain of it." And Clairon and Isnard, who saw the bits of gold on which they relied disappearing, began to make fun of the young man, and to look about for some one more lucky. Marius, bewildered in front of the gulf opened before him, turned towards Sauveur and said to him in a choking voice, "You who know how to play, tell me what to do." "Oh," answered the master stevedore, "if you were to play like an angel, you would lose. Chance is blind, it goes you see where it likes. One can never direct it. You had better withdraw." "No, no, I'll see it out." "Well, then, let us try. Play the series." Marius played the series. Hand on hand he lost 500 francs. "The deuce!" exclaimed Sauveur. "Play intermission, then." Marius played intermission, and lost again. "I warned you, I warned you," repeated the master stevedore. "Try a martingale." Marius tried a martingale, and had no better luck. "It's enough to drive one mad!" he exclaimed in anger. "Don't play any more," said Sauveur. "Yes, I will play. I'll play to the end." The master stevedore rose, whistling between his teeth. He could not understand his friend's nervous obstinacy, he who never risked more than 100 francs on the green cloth. "Look here," he continued, "the banker has thrown up his hand and is leaving. Take his place. That, perhaps, will change the luck." Marius took the banker's seat. He paid 2 francs for cards, and slipped a franc into the slot in accordance with the custom of the club. He shuffled the cards and then presented them to the players, saying, "Gentlemen, the cards pass." Some of the players shuffled the cards again and returned them to Marius, who shuffled them a 3rd time, as was his right. The game began again. The young man could now lose all he had in a few hands. He lost twice running. Sauveur continued to remain behind him. He ended by taking an interest in this intrepid youth. The latter was about to deal the cards again to the players, to the punters as they are called, when the master stevedore stopped his arm, and leaning over to his ear, said to him in a low voice, "Take care, they are robbing you. You are dealing the cards like a young innocent." "How do you mean?" "Yes. You hold them up as you deal them, so that the punters opposite see them pass and know what you have in your hand. All new bankers are victimized like that. Keep the pack slanting in your hand and lower the cards as you deal them out." Marius followed this wise advice, and did very well. He won. In a few hands he had got back a fairly large sum. Then chance turned again, and he lost. Next, a sort of equilibrium was established between his winning and losings. Little by little, however, he felt the 10,000 francs slipping through his fingers. He neglected nothing to make his luck change. On several occasions he stopped and called for fresh cards. At another time he dealt his right hand out, in order to lead chance astray and bring it back to him. But all these tactics did him no good. Fortune now seemed to take pleasure in playing with its prey, in making it suffer longer, and not killing it at one blow. Then, all at once, she scratched it, she took away what she had just given and even more. Sauveur kept watch around the table so as to see that his friend was not cheated too much. The latter had a man opposite him who was still young, and who, although playing for small stakes, must already have won a good round sum. Each time the cards were favourable to him his stake was 25 francs, and each time he lost he had only a silver 5-franc piece before him, which was a mascotte, he said, and he paid with another coin. The master stevedore looked on this man with distrust. He watched his movements, and perceived that he concealed a 25-franc gold piece under his 5-franc piece in silver. When he won he displayed it all, and pocketed 25 francs. When he lost, he left the gold coin hidden under the large silver piece, and only gave Marius 5 francs. It seems that not a night passes without this clever robbery being practised in one of the gambling houses at Marseilles. Wait a bit, murmured Sauveur. I'll nail you, my gentleman. In the hand that followed, Marius won. The cheat was preparing to give him 5 francs in change, when Sauveur stretched out his arm, gave a flip to the 5-franc piece, and uncovered the gold coin beneath it. You are cheating, sir, he exclaimed. Out you go. The rascal did not lose countenance. What are you meddling with? He answered insolently. He left his 25 francs on the table, rose, took a few turns in the room, and withdrew without molestation. The punters had limited themselves to growling. Marius turned very pale. He had fallen then so low as that he was playing with thieves. From that moment there was a cloud before his eyes which made him commit the grossest blunders. He lost, and was almost happy to lose. All the fever had left him, he no longer had the uncomfortable feeling in his throat. The money, when he touched it, was burning hot. He would have liked to have lost the whole of it and have to go away with empty pockets. Soon he had no more than 200 or 300 francs before him. Since the commencement of the evening he had had a young man beside him who had followed all the changes of fortune with lively anxiety. As he lost, he became more pale and haggard. He had begun with a considerable sum before him, and gazed in despair on each piece of gold as it was swept away. Marius had heard him more than once utter disjointed words, and had felt anxious about him. He could see that a frightful drama was being performed at his elbow. A final stroke completed his neighbor's ruin. He remained for a moment motionless, with contracted features. Then he placed a hand over his eyes, drew a pistol rapidly from his pocket, placed the barrel in his mouth, and fired. There was a sound like the crack of a whip, the blood spurted out and large warm crimson drops fell on Marius's hands. All the players had risen in a fright. The body had just fallen on the table, the arms folded, the head hanging down. The bullet, after piercing the neck, had come out on the right below the ear, and there was a red hole there, from which ran a stream of blood. A pool of gore was formed on the green cloth, and in this pool the abandoned cards were soaking. Alarming sentences, uttered in undertones, passed among the gamblers. Do you know the poor fellow? I think it's a collector of Lambert & Company. His family is honorable. His brother purchased a solicitor's practice 6 months ago. He must have embezzled a large sum and killed himself when he lost it. Anyhow, he might have shot himself somewhere else. The police will be here in 20 minutes and close the club. These people who have a mania for killing themselves are most annoying. We were very well here, we could gamble at ease. Now we must move. Have they sent to inform the police commissary? Yes. I'm off. There was a general stampede. The players seized their hats and prudently slipped out on the landing. One could hear them stumbling downstairs like drunkards. Marius had remained seated beside the corpse. He could not move hand or foot. He sat looking in a stupid way at the suicide's red neck and the splashes of blood covering his own hands. His hair stood on end, sparks of madness flashed in his eyes which were almost starting out of his head. He still held the pack of cards. All at once he threw them down, shook his hands violently, as if to get rid of the blood that was running between his fingers, and, uttering a harsh cry, fled. He did not even pick up the few hundreds of francs that were before him. The pool increased little by little, and the bits of gold now seemed bathed in a stream of blood. Only the corpse and the 2 girls remained in the room. Sauvert had been one of the first to fly. When Clairon and Isnard found themselves alone, they approached the table attracted by the gold glittering in the blood. " Let's divide," said Isnard. " Yes, let's be quick," answered Clairon. " It's no good giving the police the money." And each of them took a handful of gold from the middle of the crimson blood. The coins stained with gore disappeared in their pockets. Then they wiped their fingers on their handkerchiefs, and in their turn fled, gasping for breath, and fancying they heard the voice of the police commissary behind them. It was 3:00 in the morning. Great gusts of wind were driving along the big dark clouds that studded the gray sky with black. A sort of mist floated in the air and fell in fine, icy cold rain. There is nothing more mournful than those hours of the early morning in a great city. The streets are dirty, the houses stand out in sad silhouettes. Marius ran like a madman through the silent and deserted streets. He slipped on the greasy stones, dipping his feet in the gutters and knocking up against the corners of the pavement. And he continued running with his arms extended before him, wringing his hands in furious rage. He wanted to go and dip them in the sea and wash them with all the water of the ocean. There only could he find relief for the terrible burn that was devouring him. He ran, alarmed and fierce, still wringing his hands and taking out of the way streets like a murderer. At moments he was half mad. He imagined it was he who had killed the suicide to rob him of 15,000 francs. Then he heard the heavy tread of the gendarme behind him. He hastened the pace, not knowing where to hide his hands, which would bear witness against him. He had to cross the Cours Bazins. Workmen were passing along under the trees, and he experienced most horrible anguish. To avoid descending to the harbor by the Canebière, he plunged into the old town. There the streets are dark and narrow, and no one could see his blood-stained hands. He reached the Place aux Oeufs. It was only then that he thought of Fine. He remembered all at once that she was Maintenon, that she might already be on the Place and would see him covered with blood. She would question him, and he would be unable to answer her. He knew nothing, all was confusion in his head, he found himself lost in a nightmare. His hands burned him, that was all, and he continued running. Ran to go and plunge them in the sea and extinguish the coals clinging to his flesh. He descended the narrow streets, the steep inclines, at the risk of breaking his head 20 times over. Twice he slipped and fell. Each time he rose with a bound and continued his race. At length he perceived the black masses of vessels lying silent in the dense water of the port. He ran along the white, polished slabs of stone, and as he could find no boat, he for an instant had the insane idea of flinging himself into the water, and thus appeasing his sufferings at a single stroke. The burns he thought he felt became intolerable. He yelled and wept. But having at last found a little pleasure craft fastened at the edge of the quay, he leapt into it, lay down on his stomach, and feverishly plunged his arms into the sea up to the shoulders. A profound sigh of relief escaped him. The cool water appeased his fever, the wavelets washed away the blood that was gnawing into his hands. He remained lying thus for a long time, forgetting all, not even remembering why he was there. Every now and then he drew his arms out of the water and furiously rubbed his hands, looked at them, and rubbed them again. He seemed always to perceive large red spots on his skin. Then he plunged his arms into the sea again, made the water move gently to and fro, enjoying intense delight at the sensation of the cold seizing him and sending a shiver all over his body. At the end of an hour he was still there, thinking there would never be sufficient water in the sea to wash his hands. However, little by little his ideas became calm and his head heavy. It seemed as if his brain were empty. Icy shivers ran over all his limbs. Mechanically, step by step, he reached the Rue Sainte, without thinking of anything. He no longer knew where he had come from, nor what he had done. He went to bed and was seized with a terrible fever. CHAPTER XVI. Mademoiselle Claire's Prayer Book. Marius remained 3 weeks in bed, a prey to violent delirium. He had an attack of acute cerebral fever, which brought him to death's door. His youth, and the tender attention he received, saved him. One evening at twilight, he opened his eyes with a clear head. It seemed to him that he had issued from profound darkness. He was so weak that he had no feeling in his body. But the fever had disappeared, and his thoughts, which were still vacillating, returned to him. The curtains were drawn round his bed. A soft, warm light came through the white linen and surrounded him with gentle brightness. The air of the silent room was pervaded with perfume. He raised himself, and at the slight noise he made, he saw a shadow glide behind the curtains. "Who is there?" he inquired, in a voice that was hardly distinct. A hand quietly drew aside the curtains, and Fine, seeing Marius sitting up, exclaimed joyfully, "Heaven be praised! You are saved, my friend!" And she began to weep. The invalid understood all, and extended his poor, thin hands towards the girl. "Thanks," he said to her. "I knew you were there. I felt as if I had had a frightful dream, and I remember now, in the midst of that dream, I saw you bending over me like a mother." He let his head fall on the pillow, and continued in a childish voice, "I have been very ill, have I not?" "All is over. Do not let us think of such disagreeable things," said the flower girl gaily. "But where had you been to, my friend? The sleeves of your coat were all wet." Marius passed his hand across his forehead. "Oh, I remember," he exclaimed. "It's frightful." Then he gave Fine an account of the 2 terrible nights he had passed in the gambling house. He made her a confession, retracing in detail all he had suffered. "It's a terrible lesson," he remarked in conclusion. "I doubted and turned to chance. For a moment I shuddered. I fancied I felt all the instincts of the gambler within me. But I've been cured with a red-hot iron." He stopped, and then continued anxiously, "How long have I been ill?" "About 3 weeks," answered Fine. "Oh, heavens! 3 weeks lost! We have only about 20 days before us." "Do not trouble about that, but get well." "Hasn't Mr. Martelli sent to inquire about me?" "Don't worry yourself, I tell you. I have been to see him, and everything is arranged." Marius seemed more calm, and Fine continued, "There is only one course to follow, and that is to borrow money from Monsieur Martelli. We should have commenced by that. All will be well. Now sleep, do not speak. The doctor has forbidden it." The convalescence advanced at rapid strides, thanks to Fine's tender and devoted care. The young girl understood that her smile would now suffice to cure Marius, and each morning she came with that, and her fresh breath, which filled the little room with a puff of spring. "Ah, how nice it is to be ill!" the invalid often repeated. The 2 lovers passed a charming week in this way. Their love had increased amidst the suffering and dread of death. A new bond united them. Henceforth they were one. When at the expiration of a week of gay and touching intimacy, Marius was able to get downstairs and go for a short walk in the sun on the Cours Bonaparte, he and Fine were taken for 2 lovers on the morrow of their betrothal. They had been affianced in the midst of devotedness and grief. Now, as they walked along slowly, the flower girl supported the young man, who was still weak, and gazed at him with bewitching eyes. She was proud of her work, proud at her lover's recovery, and he thanked her with smiles full of passionate gratitude. The next day the clerk wished to go back to his office, and Fine had to get angry to make him remain at home a day or 2 longer. He was impatient to see Monsieur Martelli. He desired to feel the ground, and ascertain if he could rely on the shipowner. "But there is no hurry," said the flower girl, with a calmness that astounded the young man. "We have a whole week before us. It will suffice if we have the money at the last moment." At the end of 2 days Marius obtained the young girl's permission to return to his work, and it was arranged between them that they would leave for Aix on the following Monday. Fine spoke as if she had the amount necessary for Philippe's liberty in her pocket. Marius went to his office, and was received by Monsieur Martelli with paternal kindness. The shipowner wanted to give him another week's holiday, but the young man assured him that work would complete his convalescence. He felt ashamed in his presence. He was thinking that in 2 or 3 days he would be making an effort to borrow a large sum of money from him, and that thought troubled him. Moreover, Monsieur Martelly gazed at him with a piercing look that quite embarrassed him. I have seen Mademoiselle Fine, said the shipowner, accompanying him into his office. She is a charming person, a noble heart. Be very fond of her, my friend. He smiled again and withdrew. When Marius was alone, he experienced inestimable delight at finding himself in the small office where he had lived and worked so long. He again took possession of his little domain, found pleasure in seating himself before his table, in touching the papers and pens lying there. He had been almost dead, and he was once more face to face with his daily placid existence. The room in which he was working was opposite the shipowner's private apartments, and sometimes visitors made a mistake and knocked at his door. On that particular morning, as he was about to get to work, he heard 2 discreet knocks and shouted to come in. A man dressed in a long black frock coat made his appearance. He was shaven, his manner was gentle, and he had all the humble and sneaking demeanor of a person connected with the Roman Catholic Church. Mademoiselle Claire Martelly? He inquired. Marius, who was occupied in examining him, did not answer. He was wondering where on earth he had seen this devout personage before. The man was hesitating, but he at last pulled a prayer book confined in a case out of the immense pockets of his overcoat. I have brought her, he continued in a fluty voice, her prayer book, which she forgot yesterday evening in a confessional. Marius continued wondering. Where on earth have I seen the face of that canting rascal? The man no doubt understood the mute interrogation of his look. He bent his head slightly, adding, I am the beadle of the Church of St. Victor. These few words were like a beam of light for the young man. He remembered having seen the individual before him in the vestry room on one occasion when he went to fetch Abbe Chastanier. His intelligence received a sort of shock that stimulated it, and urged on by the power of divination, as it were, he said, It was Monsieur Donadei who sent you, was it not? Yes, answered the beadle, after further hesitation. Very good. Give me the prayer book. I will hand it to Mademoiselle Claire. But the Abbé particularly told me I was to give it to no one but the young lady. She shall have it in a moment. Perhaps she is not up yet. You will be disturbing her. You promise me to do the errand? Certainly. Tell the young lady that the Abbé found this prayer book in his confessional yesterday, and told me to bring it to her. The Abbé sends his compliments to Mademoiselle. I will tell her all that, rest assured. The beadle placed the prayer book on the table and withdrew after making a bow. But in closing the door he hesitated again and looked distrustful. When he had at last gone, Marius could not help feeling surprised at his persistence in wishing to see Mademoiselle Claire himself. He vaguely remembered the praises Donadei had bestowed on Monsieur Martelly's young sister. He looked at the prayer book, and his thoughts were busy with all kinds of reasonings and explanations. He stretched out his arm and took the prayer book. He drew it from its case. It was one of those bulky volumes, almost square, with a handsome binding and corners in open silver work. The initials of the young girl were interlaced on one of the sides. As Marius contemplated the book and turned it over in his hands, he perceived a thin piece of paper peeping out from the gilt edges. Prompted by a feeling of curiosity which he did not seek to explain, he opened the volume, and a sheet of paper, folded in 4, slipped out of it before him. It was a pretty sheet of pink paper, exhaling a slight smell of incense. Marius was about to return it to the book, but as he took it up he saw it was marked with the initial D and a cross in relief. He rapidly unfolded it and read as follows: Dear soul, you whose salvation has been entrusted to me by the Lord, listen, I beg of you, to the scheme I have formed for your eternal happiness. I have never dared explain that scheme to you, verbally, fearing to give way to the adorable emotions that your righteousness creates within me. You cannot remain any longer in your brother's house. It is a place of perdition. Your brother is devoted to the abominable worship of modern idols. Come with me. We will find a solitary spot where I will place you in the hands of the Almighty. Perhaps my tears and trembling have made you penetrate the secret of my heart. I love you as the Holy Church, our mother, loves the pure souls that come to her. I dream of you each night. I see you entwined in a celestial embrace, and we both rise to heaven exchanging angelic kisses. Ah, do not resist the voice that is calling you. Come! There is a superior religion which we do not reveal to the vulgar. That religion unites creatures together. It makes spouses, not martyrs. Bear in mind our conversations. Say to yourself that I love you, and come. I await you at my house. I shall have a post-chaise in an adjoining street." Marius was astounded after reading this. Abbé Donadei actually suggested an elopement to Mademoiselle Claire. It is true his letter was pervaded with incense, with rakish, cloudy mysticism, which hid the brutal meaning of his thoughts beneath the devout and fondling sweetness of words. The sense was paraphrased, diluted in that odd style of expression which some Roman Catholic priests affect, but Abbé Donadei had not been able to find a religious periphrasis for the post-chaise, and his hypocritical letter ended coarsely, by a gendarme-like offer which no one could misinterpret. The graceful Abbé, to have cast aside the sly prudence that guided him in all his acts, must have been carried away by fierce desire. The clerk read and re-read the letter, asking himself what he had better do. He felt indignant, his anger rose within him. But one anxiety restrained him. He was ignorant as to the harm that had been done, he did not know what Mademoiselle Claire thought, and he was afraid lest Donadei, in the mysterious seclusion of the confessional, had not already succeeded in troubling the young girl's heart. Before striking the priest, he wanted to be sure that he would not, at the same time, strike his victim. For nothing in the world would he have run the risk of creating a scandal that would certainly have killed Monsieur Martelly. He resolved that if the Abbé were to be the only one to suffer, to punish him in an original way. He took the prayer book, and went to Mademoiselle Claire in great alarm lest her face should display incriminating emotion. End of chapters 15 and 16. Part 2, Chapters 17 and 18 of the Mysteries of Marseille by Émile Zola. Translated by Ernest, Alfred, Vizetelly. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17, in which Sauveur makes up his mind to have his money's worth of fun. Mademoiselle Claire Martelly was a tall, handsome girl of 23, whom circumstances had thrown into devotion. She was to have married one of her cousins, who was accidentally drowned at Andoum during a pleasure trip. Despair had brought her nearer to God, and, little by little, she had tasted such sweetness in frequenting churches that she had fallen asleep, as it were, in the penetrating perfume of the incense, soothed by the murmuring voices of the priests. Hers was not precisely a religious mind, it was a gentle and contemplative one which religion had consoled, and which was grateful on that account. Perhaps one of these days there might be an awakening, and she would return to the joys of the world. In the meanwhile she lived a rather retired, calm life, and her tastes were simple. Her brother, who was a free thinker and a republican, of broad intellect and a kindly nature, allowed her to do as she pleased. She only took advantage of his position as head of the family to protect her interests and assure her an independent position. Marius found Mademoiselle Claire in a small drawing-room, where she generally worked at baby linen, which she gave away to the poor. The young girl knew Marius and treated him affectionately as a friend of the family. Monsieur Martelly had often taken his clerk with him to an estate he owned near Estac, and there Marius and Claire had become good friends. Brave hearts find each other out, and are not long in coming to an understanding. The beautiful devout, on seeing the clerk enter, jumped up and held out her hand to him. "Ah, it's you, Marius!" she exclaimed gaily. "So you're well again? So much the better. Heaven has granted my prayer." The young man felt very much touched at this friendly welcome. He gazed in the young girl's eyes, and found naught there but a pure flame and a look of calm virginity. That look appeared to him so tranquil and straightforward, that he felt as if relieved of a lump that had been choking him. "I thank you," he answered, "but I have not come to show you a ghost." And, handing her the prayer book, he added, "Here is a mass book which it appears you left behind you yesterday at St. Victor." "Ah, yes," said the young girl, "I was going to send and fetch it. How did it come into your hands?" "A beadle just brought it." "A beadle?" "Yes, from Abbé Donadei." Claire took the book and placed it quietly on a piece of furniture without showing the least concern. Marius followed her anxiously with his eyes. If the slightest colour had risen to her cheeks he would have thought all lost. " By the way," continued the young girl, sitting down, " I think you know Monsieur Chastanier." " Yes," answered Marius, astonished. " He is an excellent man, is he not ?"" Certainly ; he has a good heart and a profoundly pious and upright mind." " My brother has sung his praises to me loudly, but in religious matters, you know, I do not place unlimited confidence in my brother." She smiled. Marius could not understand what she was coming to, only he found her so quiet and happy that he felt entirely reassured. " I see Abbe Chastanier is a positive saint," she continued, " and from to morrow I shall entrust him with the care of directing my conscience." " Are you going to leave Abbe Donadei ?" exclaimed Marius, warmly. The young girl again raised her head, surprised at the clerk's tone of voice. " Yes, I am leaving him," she answered very simply. " He is young, and has the light mind of an Italian. Besides, I have learnt ugly things about him." She continued stitching quietly with her needle, there was not a tremor in her hands, and her forehead remained white and pure. Then Marius withdrew, convinced that he could act without wounding this virgin conscience, and that while punishing Donadei he would punish him only. He did not know the real cause that had decided Claire to change her confessor. Perhaps she had understood that she was no longer in safety in the hands of the gallant Abbe, but in any case there had been no act or word at which she had cause to blush. Marius had preserved the soft pink paper containing Donadei's declaration. He could have simply taken it to the Bishop of Marseille, but he preferred to punish and deride the Abbe himself, in return for his having impudently made fun of him when he had sought to recommend Philippe to his kindness. His plan was formed. Only to put it into execution he required the assistance of Sauveur. He did not return to his office after lunch, but went in search of the master stevedore in all the cafes. Sauveur was not to be found. He then made up his mind to go and ask Cadet Cougourdin if he knew where his principal was in hiding. " Oh ! he is not hiding himself, that's not his habit," answered Cadet, laughing. " He must be in a restaurant at the Reserve, and I'll bet he's trying to show himself to all Marseilles." Marius went down to the port, and was rowed to the Reserve in one of those small pleasure boats supplied with a spare red and yellow striped awning. The boat glided slowly over the dense water of the harbor, amidst refuse of all sorts, orange peel, vegetable remains, objects without a name which were gathered together in a sort of whitish froth ; and it continued on its way in the middle of a passage preserved between the vessels, skimming along in proximity to their dark sides. It was as if lost in a forest which shot up, on all sides, its straight, slender stems, each surmounted by a shred of crimson bunting. Before Marius had landed, he could hear the noisy laughter of Sauveur seated at a table on the terrace of a restaurant. He could not be seen, but he arranged matters so as to make known he was there. The restaurants at the Reserve resemble those at Asnières and St. Cloud. They are chalets, pavilions, all kinds of ugly architectural conceptions. As a matter of fact, they are built of plaster and planks, and the blasts of wind threaten to blow them out to sea. Sauveur delighted in frequenting these restaurants, because the charges there are very high, and one can be seen a long way off. Marius, guided by the master stevedore's elevated voice, found him at once. He was on a terrace with Clairon and Isnard, whom he no longer left. He was convinced he had the appearance of being more wealthy when dragging two women along with him, one on each arm. The terrace trembled beneath the storm of Sauveur's gaiety. Moreover, the worthy man was getting slightly tipsy. Bravo! Bravo! he shouted, perceiving Marius. We will begin lunching again. We have been lunching since noon. We have eaten cockles, bouillabaisse, tunny. He continued and enumerated a dozen dishes with childlike pride. He felt quite flattered at having given himself indigestion. Hey! he continued. One is very comfortable here. It's expensive, but everything is very correct. What will you have to eat? Marius excused himself, pointing out that it was 3:00, and that he had lunched long before. Go along with you! One can always eat! exclaimed Sauveur, delighted at being caught at such a rakish pleasure party. We are going on eating like this until evening. It'll cost money, but so much the worse. Clairon, my girl, you'll get drunk if you take so much champagne. Clairon paid no attention to the remark, and swallowed another large glass. Besides, she had nothing to fear, as she was tipsy already. Good heavens! How amusing these women are! continued Sauveur, rising, and fanning himself with his napkin. He went towards the balustrade on the terrace, and shouted out very loud, so as to be heard by the passers-by, "I've already spent a great deal of money with them, but I don't regret it. They're so comical." Marius leant over towards him. "Do you want to have a good evening to-morrow?" he asked him. "Of course I do," answered Sauveur. "It will cost you a few louis." "The deuce! Will it be very funny?" "Very funny, indeed. You shall have your money's worth of laughter." "I accept, then." "All Marseille will hear of the affair, and they'll be talking of you for a week afterwards." "I accept, I accept." "Very well. Listen." Marius bent down to Sauveur's ear, and spoke to him in a low voice. He explained his plan. An instant later, the master stevedore burst into a fit of laughter that almost choked him. He thought the thing funny, very funny. "That's agreed," he said, when Marius had told him his secret. "I will be on the Boulevard de la Corderie with Clairon to-morrow evening at 10 o'clock. Ah, what a good joke!" CHAPTER XVIII. How Abbé Donadei eloped with a sister soul to his own. Abbé Donadei had allowed himself to be overcome by one of those violent desires which sometimes burst out in cunning, sneaking natures. He, so clever, so prudent, had been guilty of a clumsy mistake. He was conscious of it when the beadle had left with the prayer book and love letter. From that moment he must be prepared to meet all the consequences of his audacious act. Claire had excited a yearning in him which he meant to satisfy in spite of all. He was beyond the sacred scruples of his calling. He looked on things human from too lofty a height, he had mixed in too many jobs of a more or less honorable nature, to hesitate at a seduction. That was the least thing that troubled him. It was the sequel to the seduction at which he felt alarmed. For 2 long months he had tried to attract the young girl to his house. Then, as she was about to accede to his wish in all simplicity, he had renounced that plan, convinced that an intrigue of this nature could not be carried on in the midst of Marseille. It was thus that he had, little by little, reached the point of wishing to play all for all, like a daring gambler. His passion was increasing and torturing him, and he was ready to exchange his influential position for a woman's free and entire love. He preferred to elope with Claire openly, and fly with her to Italy. Donadei was too sharp and intelligent not to have thought of a retreat. If the young girl in the long run had been in his way, he would have shut her up in a convent and obtained the forgiveness of his uncle, the Cardinal. When he had examined and calculated everything, an elopement seemed to him the most easy and prompt of all plans, and the one which presented the least danger. He only feared one thing — that Claire would not keep the appointment and would refuse to run away with him. Then the love letter would become a terrible arm. He would be without the girl and might lose his position. But he was blinded by desire, he did not notice the calm candor of his penitent, but took the acts of adoration addressed to the Almighty for so many mute avowals made to himself. However, he had still fears, and regretted having advanced too far to be able to retreat. All his prudence and cowardice returned to him, and he impatiently awaited the beadle's return. As soon as he caught sight of him, he exclaimed, "Well?" "I gave the book," answered the beadle. "To the young lady herself?" "Yes, to the young lady." The beadle made this answer with superb self-possession. On his way back he regretted having given Marius the prayer book, and as he saw that he had performed his errand very badly, he determined to lie in order to deserve the Abbe's good will. Donadei felt somewhat reassured. He judged that if the young girl felt offended at the note, she would burn it. Hazard, forgetting a prayer book, had hastened a solution that he had been seeking so long. He had now only to wait. The next morning he received the visit of a veiled lady whose features he was unable to distinguish. This person handed him a letter and promptly withdrew. The missive only contained these words: "Yes, to-night." Donadei was beside himself with delight, and set about making his preparations for departure. If anyone had followed the veiled lady, they would have seen her join the gallant Sauveur who was awaiting her in the Rue du Petit Chantier. She raised her veil. It was Clairon. "He's a very nice fellow, that Abbé," she said on reaching the master stevedore. "Does he please you? So much the better," answered Sauveur, and they went off bursting with laughter. At about 9:30 in the evening, Clairon and Sauveur were again in the Rue du Petit Chantier. They walked slowly, stopping at each step as if waiting for someone. Clairon, who was dressed simply in a black woolen gown, had her face hidden beneath a thick veil. Sauveur was disguised as a commissionaire. "Here's Marius!" the latter suddenly exclaimed. "Are you ready?" inquired the young man in an undertone, as soon as he was close to them. "Do you know your parts well?" "Of course," answered the master stevedore. "You'll see how we can act. Ah, the good joke! I shall be laughing over it for the next 6 months." "Go on to the Abbé's. We will wait for you here. Be prudent." Sauveur went and knocked at Donadei's door. It was opened by the Abbé himself, who was attired in a travelling suit and seemed very excited. "What do you want?" he inquired roughly, disappointed at seeing a man before him. "I have come with a young lady," answered the sham commissionaire. "Good. Let her come in quickly." "She would not come up to the door." "Ah!" "She said like this, 'Tell the gentleman that I prefer going straight to the carriage.'" "Wait a minute. I have something to take with me." "Yes, but you see the young lady is afraid, standing in the middle of the boulevard." "Then run quick and tell her that the post chaise is at the corner of the Rue des Tyrans. Let her get in. I shall be there in 5 minutes." Donadei banged the door to, and Sauveur held his sides and almost split with silent laughter. This adventure beat everything he had ever heard of. He returned to the Rue du Petit Chantier, where Clairon and Marius were awaiting him. "Everything is proceeding marvellously well," he said to them in an undertone. "The Abbé falls into the trap with angelic innocence. I know where the post chaise is." "I noticed it coming along," said Marius. "It is at the corner of the Rue des Tyrans." "That's it. There is not a moment to spare. The Abbé has promised to be there in 5 minutes." All three set off along the Boulevard de la Corderie as far as the Rue des Tyrans, skirting the houses. There they perceived the post chaise standing in the shade, all loaded and ready to start at the first crack of the whip. Marius and Sauveur hid themselves under the archway of a great door. Clairon stood before them in the road. Sauveur and Clairon joked in a low voice while awaiting the Abbé. "Pooh! He will not care for me," said Clairon. "He will cast me off at the first change of horses." "Who knows?" "He's very nice. I was afraid he would be old." "But, I say, you seem in love with the Abbé." "Oh, I'm not jealous. Only if you're going off so willingly with him, you might return the 1,000 francs I gave you to persuade you to assist us." "The 1,000 francs! Oh, indeed, and if he suddenly leaves me, must not I pay for my journey back?" "I was joking, my dear. I don't take back what I have given. Besides, I'm having my money's worth of laughter." Marius intervened, repeating his instructions to Clairon. "Do exactly as I told you," he said. "Try to arrange so that he does not discover the trick until he is some leagues from Marseilles. Do not speak, play your part with art. When he has discovered everything, act firmly, tell him I have his note, and am determined to take it to the bishop if you suffer the least harm, or if he shows himself here again. Advise him to go and seek fortune elsewhere." "Can I return at once to Marseilles?" inquired Clairon. "Certainly. I only want to drive him from the city by making him ridiculous forever. I could have had him expelled from the church by his superiors, but I prefer annihilating him by mockery." Sauveur was splitting with laughter at the thought of the scene between Abbé Donadei and Clairon. "Eh, my dear," he continued, "tell him you are married, and that your husband will no doubt be seeking you everywhere to prosecute you for your misconduct. Shall I run after you, and put your ravisher in a horrible fright?" The idea of this joke so amused Sauveur that he very nearly choked with hilarity. In the meanwhile, Marius had noticed a dark form advancing rapidly towards them. "Silence!" he exclaimed. "Here, I think, is our man. Attend to your part, Clairon. Place yourself in front of the carriage door." Sauveur and Marius secreted themselves more closely in their hiding place, and Clairon, with her face thickly veiled and dressed all in black, stood in the shadow thrown by the post chaise. It was Donadei, quite out of breath. He had thrown off the cowl, and looked very smart in ordinary mufti. "Dear, dear Claire!" he murmured with emotion, kissing Clairon's hand. "How good of you to have come!" "Claire,
Clairon," muttered Sauveur, "it's all the same." "Ah! Providence must have advised you," continued the priest, pushing the girl gently into the carriage and then following her. "We are off to Paradise," he added. The postilion cracked his whip, and the post chaise started away with a frightful rumbling noise. Sauveur and Marius then showed themselves, laughing until they almost cried. "Hey, the Abbé is eloping with the sister soul to his own," said Marius. "A pleasant journey, Abbé," cried Sauveur. When the chaise had disappeared in the night, bearing away Donna Dei and Clairon, the master stevedore and young clerk sauntered down the Boulevard de la Corderie, chatting about the adventure, and giving way to sudden displays of gaiety at the thought of the priest travelling alone with this creature. "Can you fancy the face he'll make presently," said Sauveur, "when he raises Clairon's veil? Between you and me and the lamp post, you know, Clairon is ugly. She is at least 40. The master stevedore willingly acknowledged Clairon's age and ugliness, since the girl's 40 summers and fainted countenance made the joke he was playing the more amusing. He was splitting with laughter and anxious to reach the Canebière to tell his friends the story. Marius, who was more serious, was thinking he had given the priest the company he deserved. He left the master stevedore at about 11 o'clock at night, and went home. At midnight everyone at Marseilles who had not then retired to rest knew that Abbé Donna Dei had just eloped in a post chaise with a girl who had been wallowing in all the debauchery of the city for the previous 15 years. Sauveur had been shouting out the news in the cafes, and had related the adventure with a wonderful profusion of detail. That precious phrase of the graceful Abbé as he got into the chaise, "We're off to Paradise," was repeated from mouth to mouth. They knew he had kissed her hand, and they speculated as to the reason why the amorous couple had fled. The best part of the business was that Sauveur, not knowing why Marius had had Clairon carried off, displayed absolute naivete. He understood that if Donna Dei's passion for her could be made to appear serious, the joke would be all the more funny, and he therefore lied with all the assurance of an inhabitant of the south of France. He made believe that the priest was really dying of love for this wrinkled, sallow-faced creature, worn out with shame, who was known to every one. There was general astonishment, universal mockery. People could not believe that the gallant Abbé, with whom the penitent ladies of Marseilles were so charmed, had run away with such a woman, and they jeered to their heart's content at the monstrous alliance. Next day the scandal was known to the whole city. Sauveur triumphed and became a personage. They knew he had been Clairon's last protector, and that the Abbé had stolen the girl away from him. All day he sauntered up and down the Canebière in slippers, comically receiving the condolences of his intimate acquaintances. He shouted out very loud, answering some, calling to others, using and abusing of his popularity. He certainly did not regret his 1,000 francs. He had never put out money for his amusement at so high a rate of interest. The scandal became awful when Clairon returned 2 days later. Sauveur bought her a silk gown and drove about Marseilles with her for a week in an open carriage. People pointed them out, and ran to their doors as they passed by. The master stevedore almost burst with delight. Clairon had gone as far as Toulon. Abbé Donna Dei had not been long in discovering the kind of person he was eloping with. He had then flown into a frightful rage, and wanted to throw her out on the highway at 1 o'clock in the morning, far from any dwelling. But Clairon was not to be so easily got rid of. She had talked big and threatened the Abbé, making use of the arms Marius held in his hands. Donna Dei, trembling, and compelled to give way, had been obliged to conduct his companion as far as Toulon, where they separated, Clairon returning to Marseilles, and the priest hurrying across the frontier. Sauveur drove the young persons so much about and raised such an outcry, that the authorities took the matter in hand, and at the bishop's request sent Clairon to exercise the power of her charms elsewhere. Since then the master stevedore, in his effusive moments, which occurred 10 or 12 times a day, was in the habit of saying to all who liked to listen to him, "Ah, if you only knew what a pretty person I had under my protection! It was the priests who took her away from me." End of chapters 17 and 18. Part 2, chapters 19 and 20 of the Mysteries of Marseilles by Émile Zola, translated by Ernest Alfred Vizetelly. This Librivox recording is in the public domain.
CHAPTER XIX. Philip's Ransom. Marius went to his office on the day following the elopement, delighted with his expedition of the previous evening. He had just saved an honorable family from despair, and had delivered the city of an intriguing man, against whom he had, moreover, a personal grievance. He was about to set work with a light heart and tranquil conscience, when they came and told him that M. Martelly would be pleased to see him. On his way to the drawing-room, the young man suddenly made up his mind to ask his principal to lend him the money for Philippe's ransom. This decision set him all of a tremble. He felt he would never dare to make such a request if he did not do so by a sort of impulse. As he had to see M. Martelly, it would be useless to wait any longer. It would be better to risk the application at once. He found M. Martelly and Abbe Chastanier in the drawing-room. The ship-owner was pale, and his eyes were sparkling with anger. He came straight to the clerk, and speaking rapidly, said to him, "You are a straightforward and courageous young man, and I thought I would not act in such a serious matter as this without asking your advice." Abbe Chastanier appeared sad and ashamed. He made himself quite small in an arm-chair, his poor hands trembling with age and grief. "I have just had this gentleman's visit," continued M. Martelly to Marius, pointing out the old priest, "and have received information of a plot that has quite upset me." "Be calm, for mercy's sake," interrupted the priest. "Do not make me repent having done my duty as an upright man in coming to set you on your guard. I may have been unnecessarily alarmed. You would not be here, sir, if your suspicions were not based on certitude. I thank you for your visit. I understand the feelings of dignity that have brought you to my house, and I understand the final effort you are making to protect the infamous." The ship-owner turned to Marius and continued in a bitter tone, "Only fancy, a priest is trying at this moment to dishonor me. This gentleman has just told me to watch over Claire. He has informed me with many omissions that Abbe Donadei exercises a dangerous influence over her, and that he fears — if that wretch has tarnished the child's purity, I'll kill him like a dog." Abbe Chastanier hung his head. He did not regret the steps he had taken, he had acted as an upright man, but he was quite overcome at M. Martelly's explosion of anger. He suffered as much as if he had been guilty himself. He felt ashamed for the entire Church. The ship-owner became a little more calm, and after a few moments' silence, continued, "I did not want to come to a decision before consulting a quiet and intelligent man, and I sent for you, Marius. My first impulse was to run to this priest and smack him in the face. There is perhaps another course to pursue that would be better." Marius had listened quietly to his principal and this somewhat tranquillized Abbe Chastanier. The young man, who had his answer all ready, was not thinking of Donadei. He was wondering how he could solicit a loan. At that moment he heard M. Martelly say to him in a loud voice, "Come, in my place, what would you do?" The young man smiled. "I would do what I have already done," he answered simply, and he gave an account of Clairon's elopement. From the first words, as soon as the young man had spoken of the interview he had had with Claire about the prayer book, M. Martelly pressed his hands effusively. The certitude that his sister had not dreamt of the peril through which she had passed gave him great joy. He became quite gay when he had heard the whole account of the adventure, and even Abbe Chastanier could not restrain a sad smile. "I should not have confessed to you," concluded Marius, "the part I had taken in this mystification, if you had remained in ignorance of the danger threatening you. I merely wished to reassure you." "Do not try to escape my gratitude," exclaimed the ship-owner. "I already looked on you as an adopted son, and you have just rendered me so great a service that I really do not know how to recompense you." Speaking thus, he took Marius aside, and then gave him a kind and encouraging look in the face. "Have you no secret to tell me?" he inquired in an undertone. Marius became troubled. "You are a great child," continued M. Martelly. "Fortunately, I saw Mademoiselle fine during your illness, otherwise I should still be in ignorance. Wait, I'll sign you a draft for 15,000 francs, which you can encash at once in the counting house if you wish." Marius, on hearing the ship-owner's generous offer, was spellbound to the spot. He turned pale, and inexpressible emotion filled his eyes with great tears. He felt like choking, and was afraid of bursting out into sobs. "Hey! What? He was suddenly offered this money which he had been seeking for in despair for so many months. He had asked for nothing, and his dearest wishes were satisfied. He thought he must be dreaming. Monsieur Martelly had gone towards the table. He sat down and was preparing to write out an order on his firm. But before doing so he raised his head and simply said to Marius, "It's 15,000 francs that you require, is it not?" This question drew the young man from his stupor. He joined his hands and said in a trembling voice, "How is it you know my secret thoughts? What have I done that you should be so good and generous?" The ship owner smiled. "I will not say to you, as they do to children, that my little finger has told me all, but in truth I received the visit of a fairy. Have I not already confessed it to you? Mademoiselle Fine came to see me." The young man at last understood. He thanked warmly, from the bottom of his heart, the good angel who, while saving him from death, had worked to bring him tranquillity and hope. He now understood the flower girl's placid, smiling countenance when he had spoken to her of Philippe. She was certain of the prisoner's safety, she had accomplished all alone the whole of the hard work connected with raising a loan. Marius hardly knew if he ought to throw himself at Monsieur Martelly's feet or at Fine's. He was overcome with gratitude. The shipowner was delighted to see his clerk's countenance lit up with joy. His eyes met those of Abbe Chastanier, who had remained seated, and the two men understood each other. The free thinker, the republican, as well as the priest, experienced the joy of doing good, the delicious sensation of making another happy, and of being present to see that happiness. "But," exclaimed Marius, amidst his delight, "I do not know when I shall be able to refund you so large a sum." "Do not let that trouble you," answered the shipowner. "You have rendered me great services, you have, perhaps, just saved me from dishonor. Allow me to oblige you without it being a question of refunding between us." And as a sort of gloom passed across Marius's forehead, he took his hand and added, "I do not mean to pay for your devotedness, my friend. I know there are some debts that cannot be settled with money. I beg you to look at the matter in a different light. You have been with me for the last 10 years, and I trust you will remain much longer. Well, the 15,000 francs I am about to give you are a gratuity, a small share in the profits I have made with your help. You cannot refuse." Monsieur Martelly bent forward to sign the order, when Marius stopped him again. "Do you know the use I am going to make of this money?" he inquired, with some concern. The shipowner laid down his pen, annoyed and rather pale. "Good heavens!" he exclaimed, "how difficult it is to oblige straightforward people! They compel you to know everything. But for mercy's sake, do not make me your accomplice. I am aware you are a good fellow, a devoted and affectionate soul. That is all. I have no need to know about all your acts and all your thoughts. You will never do a bad action, will you? That's quite enough for me." Monsieur Martelly, obedient to a scruple which was quite reasonable, wished to appear ignorant that the money he was giving Marius was going to purchase a conscience. But apart from that, he lent a willing hand to Philippe's escape, being aware of the arms Monsieur de Cazalis had made use of to imprison the young man. However, in principle, he wished to preserve his republican austerity intact. He had made up his mind that he would not openly be an accomplice of the escape. Marius insisted. Then Abbe Chastanier intervened with that blind sentiment of charity that always made him accept the heaviest responsibilities. "Do not refuse," he said to the young man. "I know your plans, and I will be your guarantor with Monsieur Martelly that what you want to do is right and legitimate." He smiled, with his meek smile of an old man. Marius understood what supreme charity had dictated his words, and warmly shook his hands. In the meantime the shipowner had signed the draft for 15,000 francs. "There," he said, handing Marius the paper, "I advise you to go to the counting house at once." And as the young man, after thanking him again, was about to withdraw, he called him back. "Look here," he added, "you must still be a little out of sorts. Take a week's holiday. You will work all the better afterwards." He wished to give him time to deliver Philippe. Marius understood it, and was again moved to tears. He hastened away so as not to cry like a child, and repaired at once to the counting house. When he had the 15,000 francs in his pocket, he went down stairs in 4 jumps, Then he ran along the street like a madman to find Fine. The flower girl was just then in her little room on the Place aux Oeufs. Marius burst in on her laughing and dancing like a lunatic, took the young girl in his arms and gave her a spanking kiss on each cheek. Then he spread the 15 bank notes out on the table. Fine, who was astonished and almost frightened at his sudden entrance, now began to laugh and clap her hands. A charming scene full of mutual tenderness and effusive thanks followed. Marius vowed he was a simpleton, and that she alone had saved the ship. He kissed her hands, fell on his knees before her, and gazed up at her face with a troubled expression of ecstasy. She, on her side, blushed, protested warmly, and sought to prove that she did not deserve the least acknowledgment. For 6 months they had given themselves up entirely to a difficult task, and had knocked in vain at every door. And now, all of a sudden, Philippe's ransom was spread out before their eyes. Naturally, they forgot all their anxiety and fear, all the shame and stupidity with which they had momentarily come in contact. There was nothing in their hearts at present but tranquillity and intense joy. Before separating, they arranged that they would leave for Aix the following morning. CHAPTER XX. The Escape. The next morning, at about 7 o'clock, Marius hired a cabriolet. He did not wish to go by the diligence, and as he needed a vehicle for the flight, he preferred to hire one at Marseille which would take him to Aix, and serve to bring back his brother. On the previous evening he had made an arrangement with the sea captain to convey Philippe to Genoa. Marius and Fine set out at 9 o'clock, the young man driving. It was quite a pleasure party for the two lovers. At the hill of La Viste, they got down and ran along the road like children, letting the horse come on at his own pace. They breakfasted in a small room at an auberge at Setem, and at dessert sketched out a multitude of plans for the future. Now that Philippe was about to be set at liberty, they could think of their marriage, and were quite affected as they saw the time approaching when they would be able to love in peace. The remainder of the journey was also very gay. Towards noon they passed beside the Alberta's property, and stopped again, to give the horse breath and take rest themselves beneath the trees on the right-hand side of the road, reaching Aix at 3 o'clock. Notwithstanding all the delay, they still arrived too soon. So as not to arouse suspicion, they had decided not to go to the prison until the evening. In the meantime, the young man left the cabriolet in care of his companion in a deserted street, and proceeded to the house of his relative Isnard, who placed horse and trap in safety, promising to bring them at midnight precisely to the summit of the hill of Arc. When these precautions had been taken, the two young people hid themselves until dark. As Marius and Fine were returning to Isnard's shop, the former, at the turn of his street, almost fell into the arms of Monsieur de Cazalis, but he walked on rapidly with his head bent down, and the deputy did not notice him. Nevertheless, the young man was in despair at this meeting. He felt extremely anxious, fearing that some new misfortune might happen at the 11th hour, to prevent him bringing his task to a happy issue. Monsieur de Cazalis had no doubt come to Aix to hasten his vengeance, he thought, and had perhaps succeeded. Marius was in a fever until the evening, and the most strange ideas passed through his mind. Now that he had the money, he dreaded meeting with other obstacles. At last, at 9 o'clock, he went to the jail accompanied by Fine. The two young people knocked at the massive door. A heavy step was heard, and a harsh voice inquired what they wanted. " It is us, uncle," exclaimed Fine. " Open the door." " Open quick, Monsieur Revertiga," added Marius in his turn. The voice grumbled, and answered in a surly tone, " Monsieur Revertiga is no longer here, he is ill." The wicket was shut, and Marius and Fine stood mute and bewildered at the closed door. The flower girl had not thought it necessary to write to her uncle for 4 months. She had his promise, and that sufficed. So the news of his illness fell on her and her companion like a thunderbolt. It had never struck them that the old fellow might be ill. And now all their efforts were paralyzed by an unforeseen impediment. They had Philippe's ransom, and were unable to deliver him. When they had in a measure recovered from their painful astonishment, Fine drew herself up. "Let us go and see my uncle," she exclaimed. " He must be with one of his cousins in the Rue de la Glaciere." " What's the use ?" answered Marius. " All is lost." " No, no ! Come along." He followed her as if bowed down by despair, while she stepped out boldly, unable to believe that chance could possibly be so cruel. Robert Aygas was, in fact, at his cousin's in the Rue de la Glaciere. He had been laid up there for a fortnight. When he saw the young people enter, he understood their errand. He raised himself up, kissed his niece on the forehead, and said to her with a smile, "Well, the hour has come, then." "We have been to the prison," answered the young girl, "and they told us you were ill." "Good heavens! Why did you not warn us?" exclaimed Marius sorrowfully. "We would have been more expeditious." "Yes," continued the flower girl, "now you are no longer jailer, what are we going to do?" Robert Aygas looked at them and seemed surprised at their despondency. "Why are you in such despair?" he inquired at last. "I am rather unwell, it is true. I asked for a holiday, but I still hold my post. I shall be at your orders to-morrow evening, if you like." Marius and Fine uttered an exclamation of delight. "The man who answered you," continued Robert Aygas, "is taking my place for a few days. To-morrow morning I shall go and resume my duties. I have now only a little fever, and can go out without any danger. Besides, the matter is urgent." "I knew there was no occasion for despair!" exclaimed the flower girl, triumphantly. Marius was trembling with emotion. "You did quite right to come and see me to-day," continued the jailer after a short silence. "I heard this morning that Monsieur de Cazalis was at Aix, and was doing all he could to hasten on the performance of the sentence. They tell me he has succeeded in having it fixed for 3 days hence. If Monsieur Philippe should not get away to-morrow night, I shall no longer be able to be of use to you, for after to-morrow the prisoner will be transferred to the jail at Marseilles." Marius shuddered. He had come just in time. He arranged with the jailer, and made an appointment for the next evening. He then ran out and told Isnard that the escape was delayed for 24 hours. On the morrow, the two young people remained hidden all day, and having a certitude, they were more calm. The escape was to be made at 11 o'clock. Towards 10, they repaired to the prison. Robert Aygas, who was at his post, gently opened the door and introduced them into the jail. "All is ready," he said. "Is my brother prepared?" inquired Marius. "Yes, but I have had to take some precautions. To save my responsibility as much as possible, I wish the prisoner to appear to have fled by the window of his cell." "That's a capital idea, uncle," Fine interrupted gaily. "This is what I've done," continued Robert Aygas. "This afternoon I filed through one of the bars at Monsieur Philippe's window myself." "But is it necessary for my brother to go through the window?" asked Marius anxiously. "Not in the least. We shall fetch him now, and he'll walk out with us by the door. Only I shall remove the one bar and fasten a piece of cord to the others. To-morrow they will suppose he escaped that way. I shall all the same send in my resignation, but by following this plan I shall avoid great annoyance." Robert Aygas lit a dark lantern, and the three proceeded towards Philippe's cell. They found him up and ready to leave, but he was so pale and emaciated that Marius hesitated to recognize him. They greeted each other in silence, refraining from speaking, so as not to make a noise. The jailer went to the window, wrenched out the iron bar, and fastened the cord. Fine had remained in the passage on the watch, and all four then returned down the narrow corridors, gliding slowly along the walls in fear of knocking up against each other in the dark. Marius had not let go of Philippe's hand. As soon as they had attained the jailer's lodge he threw a cloak over him, hid his head in the hood, and wanted to get away at once. Now that he had almost reached the end of his trouble, he dreaded failure. He started at the least sound. Robert Aygas, who feared that the noise they had made coming along the passages might have given the alarm, had the greatest difficulty in keeping him quiet for a few minutes, being determined not to open the gate until he was sure that all was well. When he had ascertained that absolute silence reigned in the prison, he decided to draw back the bolts. The two brothers, with heads bent down, hurried off towards the Place des Prêcheurs, Fine remaining behind for a moment to give her uncle the 15,000 francs. She rejoined her companions just as they were entering the little Rue Saint-Jean. They then took the Cours, walking in the dark shadow of the trees. They had now only one fear: they must quit the town, then close with gates which the keepers were required to open to belated travelers, and they were in dread of being stopped there miserably. They continued walking, glancing around them, distrustful of the few people they happened to meet. On reaching the Rue des Carmes, they perceived a man who began following them. Their hearts were beating fit to break. Suddenly this person hurried forward, and came and tapped Marius merrily on the shoulder. " Hey, I'm not mistaken," he said. " It's you, my young friend. What on earth are you doing at this time of night on the Cours?" Marius, in silent anger, was already clenching his fists when he recognized the voice of Monsieur de Girousse. " As you see, I'm taking a walk," he stammered. " Ah, you're taking a walk," continued the Count in a bantering tone. He looked at Fine, and particularly at Philippe, wrapped up in his cloak. " That's a form I know," he murmured. And he added, with his friendly abruptness of manner, " Shall I accompany you? You wish to leave Aix, do you not? They don't open the gate to every one. I know a keeper. Come on." Marius gratefully accepted. Monsieur de Girousse had the gate opened without difficulty. On the way he had not addressed a single word to the young people, but when they reached the Place de la Rotonde, he held out his hand to Marius, and said, " I'm going in by the Hopital gate. A pleasant journey." And bending forward, he added in an undertone, " I shall have a good laugh to morrow when I see de Cazalis's face." As Marius looked after this generous man, who hid his goodness of heart beneath the sour tempered manners of a well doer, he was quite affected. Isnard was awaiting the fugitives with the cabriolet. Philippe wished to drive so as to receive all the night air full in the face. He experienced intense delight in feeling the vehicle bearing him away in the darkness, and appreciated to the utmost all the charm of liberty. Then came effusions of the heart and mutual confidences as the horse slowly ascended the hills. Fine and Marius confessed their love to Philippe, and when the latter heard that they would soon be married he became sad. He thought of Blanche. Marius understood his feelings, and conversing with him in an undertone, promised to watch over everything during his absence. In the meanwhile he would make active efforts to obtain his pardon, and neither he nor Fine would forget the exile. The next morning Philippe leaned on the bulwarks of the little craft bound for Genoa, gazed for a long time towards the shore of St. Henri. Right away, above the blue waves, he perceived a gray speck, the house where poor Blanche was shedding away all the tears in her heart. End of chapters 19 and 20. End of part 2.